Okay. I'm on a balance board. Well, this is a vibrating thing. Supposed to help with the circulation of my legs, so hopefully that goes well. In the meantime, my voice may have an interesting vibrato. So, yeah. Hopefully it's not too annoying. All right. What? Uh, so I gathered all the seeds. The issue is my inventory is a bit overwhelmed. So I think we'll make some more tropical sticks just to clear out some inventory before anything else. I really would like to get the level up, but we're gonna have to do some farming. So I need to think about that. Oh boy. All right, let's see here. We'll hold off on that, I think, for the moment. And instead we'll send away some materials to other characters. Oh, they sold. Blackroot is a Blackroot totems are a very lucrative industry at the moment. We'll send. Yeah, I know. We'll send away these firefin fishing traps. We don't need those. And everything else I don't want to send away right now. I hope that's enough room. All right. So where did we get the seeds from, you might be asking? The mountainberry bush is in the hinterlands. It's like randomly strewn throughout the zone. Those are still there as far as I understand, but I had a stockpile of them on Keepus. Country pumpkin seeds are outside of Stormwind on the right-hand pumpkin thing, or coming out of Stormwind, the right-hand pumpkin farm. But it's actually a melon farm, but there's a little pumpkin patch in one of the corners. Those pumpkins have the seeds. They have a very long respawn time. Magic mushroom you can purchase. In the case of the Horde, it's at Thunder Bluff. You can also, there's a neutral one outside of Strathholm. And then there's the Night Elf one inside of Teldrassil. Striped melon seeds come from outside Orgrimmar. There's a farm. So you exit Orgrimmar, you go to the left. There's a farm there, and there's 2 melons that spawn periodically. Those have striped melon seeds. There's another one out in the crossroads. There's a farm near the crossroads. So those are the places that you can get seeds. I don't think there's enough for getting pumpkin seeds, but maybe there are other locations that I'm not aware of. This farmer's guidebook, you can just throw that away. All right, so we've got all the seeds, so we'll do the turn-in. The problem is you receive, okay, you learn simple wooden planter. Okay, now we've got simple wooden planter. Simple wooden planter takes simple wood and a handful of copper bolts. All right, that's unfortunate, because that is some inventory space I do not have at the moment. But we need to make all of the pumpkin and, well, not all of it. Let me think here. You average yield about 3 or 4 pumpkins, I think, per. So if we want to be 100% certain, we want to make at least 5 planters of pumpkin seeds. So now sometimes you get 2, actually, now that I think about it. That might not be enough. So we want minimum 6 of each. We've already got sour mountainberry. Let me see, where's the nutritious rations? 2, 4, 6, and it's 2 of each. And but it produces 3. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we need to make 5 of these. That means we need 10 of each. If on average they do 2, or if minimum they do 2, we can be assured with a package of 5. We've already got the sour, so we just need 5 of these and 5 of the striped melon. All right, and the rest of these can go into storage. Actually, you know what? I bet they would sell well in the auction house right now. How much do those seeds go for? People who don't know how to get them probably looking for them. Eh. What are these going for? They used to go for basically nothing. And as I suspected, they're now in the 40 silver range, which is insane. All right, I'm just going to hold on to them for now. Ah, shoot. I'm just going to hold on to them. I'll send them to Mumra. So we don't need these 3. We don't need these. If I'm going to do farming, kind of want to do the magic mushrooms at the same time. But I don't need to do all of them. I can just do a stack of 20. I only need 5 of these, so we'll send the rest to Mumra. Wait, did I put some in my... I think I had some already for making something. Let's see if I have those still. I don't. Alright. And we'll send that to Mumra as well. What did he give me? Garden shovel, 3 agility. Alright, I already had that T-Mog from before. Why would I want to mail? It's a nice little T-Mog. One of these days I'll do a gardener Zenrai thing. Let's... sell that. Alright, I need more space. I need a lot more space. And I also need a lot of copper. What am I going to do? Alright, we'll just... We need to empty our inventory of junk. So we'll just send everything for now to Mumra that I'm not using. Can't send that. Also, we need to get simple wood back, I guess. I guess we don't need this either. Because the planter is... Whoops. God damn it. The planter is what? It's just simple wood, isn't it? We might have to farm more, though, in order to farm. We might have to go hunting for more wood, which... Here it is. So it's 10 simple wood, and if I want to have... Are these still unique 5? These are no longer unique 5. Okay. That's good. That's real good. So if there's 10, then and I want to make one, two, okay, 5, 10. If we want to make 30, yeah, we need 300 simple wood. All right. All right. Right. All right. Let's load up Mumra and see how much simple wood I have available, as well as I'll have to probably log over to another character and check how much copper I have. I am on a vibrating board to help with circulation in my legs. So just warning you, in case you hear annoying noises. Or my voice is robotic. It's not an AI, I promise. Oh my god, I'm itching because it's vibrating my whole face. Holy shit. All right, how much simple wood do I have? Oh, let's see. Also, I gotta check for copper on Drenmore, so we'll swap over to him. There, we're doing the picture-in-picture thing again. All right, simple wood. 20, 40, 60, 80, 92. We will need more then. So we'll send these to Zenrai. Actually, I might be out of mailbox space. 24, 60, 80, 100, and 12. You've reached the in-game cap of unique mail recipients. Great. So Zenrai needs to do some cleaning, son of a bitch. I won't be able to send the copper to Zenrai anyways, so I need to clean out my mailbox. What a logistical nightmare this has been. Granted, I'm rushing through survival, whereas this might be easier to handle if I were doing it properly. Look at all this wildkin. We need to go sell this. We can't have this floating around anymore. This all needs to go to Winter Spring. Jesus, there's so much. All right, here's what we have to do. We're gonna bind to the innkeeper here, and then we're gonna port to Winter Spring, so we can clear out our inventory. Oh, Jesus. Boy, it's hard to think when you're vibrating.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Where is the frickin' trinket? Did I already load it? No. It was there the whole time. All right, 30 seconds on that. And in the meantime, I can start sending the simple wood. bright leaves sold. Wow. Oof. All right. Let's see if I have any more simple wood that I might have stored in the bank. I did not. All right, fine. So we will need to farm more simple wood. Maybe I should farm it on a character starting out on survival. Oh, I missed one. Oh, and copper bolts. I think I already handed those all off. Let me see. Nope, no copper bolts left there. That's bronze. No. All right. Simple wood. Send. And over here, we're going to have a look to get rid of all of our wildkin and chill whatever echo, because we were hoarding that, trying to control the market like a big jerk. All right, strangle kelp needs to go away. To Kinra. Okay. Vibrating is done. Oh, jeez. Oh. I don't know if that's actually good for my back or not. Blah. And now we're on a balance board. This is to strengthen the core. Normally I do like a 5-kilometer walk, but I don't feel like it today. But I do need a clock to time it, so I'll put an hour on it.
You come get the voodoo.
Alright, there's no way we'll be able to do this because every time I sell it, she's going to say my inventory's full.
Good to meet you.
Ah.
Relax.
Yeah.
You be careful.
Alright, let's sell these off. With two inventory slots free, we can...
Bye-bye now. Be good. Spirit.
You know what? I just had a horrible thought. I need a lot of Angoro soil.
Won't be shy. Bye-bye now. Good to meet you.
He gave me 20, but I'm gonna need 30. I'm trying to think if I have 10 more somewhere.
Relax. Good to meet you.
Actually, I do. I think Keepus is holding some amount of Angoro soil, so let's go see.
How you doing, man? Bye-bye now. Spirits be with you, man. Good to meet you.
This is the Lazy Pig add-on, by the way. I'm holding down Shift.
Bye-bye now.
Playing at this hour? Do you know what time it is here? It's noon. I'm playing at lunch.
Careful, man. Good to meet you. How are you?
Because I'm living in Thailand.
With you, man. Bye-bye now. I hear you, man. Be good. You be careful, man.
So this is the Lazy Pig add-on that allows you to shift, and if you double-click,
With you, man.
you'll actually do 2 of them at once. I don't know if you can see that happening.
I hear you.
You have to double-click fast enough, though.
How you doing, man?
Double right-click, that is, while holding down Shift.
Relax.
And as you can see, I'm just burning through.
You be careful, man. Be good. Spirits be with you, man. Good to meet you. How are you? Won't be shy. Bye-bye now. You come get the voodoo. I hear you, man. Be good. Spirits be with you, man.
And then we just sell them. Because we bought all these for like 10 to 13 silver, so we're getting back our money, if not making some, on each of these sales. I would like to keep 20 of them for skill ups later, so we'll hold on to those. And let's see. Yeah, I still have a bunch. I really tried to control the market for as long as possible, but It's out of control. More simple wood. Alright, we're just looking for any more echo. I think we got it all. I've already got some copper bars here. 5, that's not enough. And that's not enough simple wood either. 20, 40, 60, 80. That's 1, 2, that's 2, 4, 13, 14. 15. That's 15 planters, and I needed 30 something.
How you doing, man? Good to meet ya. You be careful, man. Spirits be with you, man.
Oh, that's it. Huh?
Bye-bye now.
What's the other ones? Winterfall and Chillwind. Chillwind Echo.
Good to meet ya. Be good. You be careful, man. Good to meet ya. Relax. Spirits be with you, man. Bye-bye now. I hear you. Be good. Good to meet ya. How you doing, man? Spirits be with you, man. You be careful, man. Spirits be with you, man. Good to meet ya. Bye-bye
Spirits
now.
do be with me. Thank you.
Be good. Don't be shy. Bye-bye now. How are you? You come get the voodoo. Spirits be with you, man.
And Winterfall.
You be careful, man. Good to meet ya. I hear you, man. Spirits be with you, man.
Let's see if I need any Chillwind. Ghost Mushroom, how'd you get it? Send that to Kinra. Alright, if we're gonna... Do we start pulling out the stuff for inventory now? Or do we hold? Let's put these on the auction house first. I'm trying to convince the market that 30 or 40 silver is the appropriate price for Echo, but I'm not having much success with it. How much is Ungoro soil going for these days? I bet it's going for a lot. Let's see. $20 silver, eh? Well, about 300% of value, yeah. That sounds about right. Alright, Keepus. Do you have Ungoro soil? Doesn't look like it. I know I had 150 Ungoro soil on Keepus at one point, but it looks like I've been passing it out to turn into Moro grain, which at the time was quite profitable, but now maybe not so much. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere, so no. Actually, you know who has it? Helmish. Probably has some Ungoro soil left. And the other one is Alosh. So I don't want to buy it. Though it is still quite reasonable. It's reasonably priced, I guess. Alright, let's just grab all the simple wood and copper that I have in my mailbox so that I don't run into the mailbox cap again anytime soon. Why don't I have that? You son of a bitch. Never mind. It was just the timer. Let's see. Oh, shit. Alright, simple wood. That's what we want right now. That's all I got? Not nearly enough. Alright, we're gonna swap over to... We're gonna look through all my characters now, because I'm pretty sure I stored some amount of simple wood somewhere. And I just don't remember where. I know there's an add-on for this, but... I like to do these things by hand and waste everyone's time. Speaking of which, does Kinra have anything? Kinra might have copper bars. And Alosh, no, Halnish might have Ungoros soil, so we'll check on both of them. Did I just crash the game? I crashed one of them. I'm not sure which one. Okay, I crashed both of them. Never mind. I was doing too much at once. I'm naughty. Son of a bitch. Just a moment. I find that if I am logging in two characters at once, that's when problems start. Especially if I'm trying to swap between windows and I click on the window. Don't click on the window while it's loading. It does not like that at all. Alright, what was I going to check? I was going to check Halnish. Alright, do you have Ungoros soil? That is the question. 9! One less than I need. Perfect. Oh, a working mailbox. Gotta love that. Alright, send that away quickly. And then I think... Does he have any... Or she, does she have any simple wood? She does. Right, send that to Zenrai as well. Do you have any copper? I don't think any copper came into her hands. Yeah, that's a no. But let's check the bank just in case. Still a no. We do have sweet mountain berries here, though, which must be used for something. I'll just keep that in mind, but I'm not going to send it. These are not the correct pumpkins, by the way. Moon Harvest pumpkins are the ones you purchase from vendors, so it's not the ones from farming. Which, if I had been thinking about it at the time, I probably would have made a couple stacks of each of the farm vegetables, fruits, whatever you want to call them, and sent them to Halnish if I had been thinking properly at the time. Because who knows, they might be useful in the future, like all of this other stuff I have in here. I mean, we could send more zesty clam meat too, but we'll wait and see if I need any more. Alright. Thank you, Halnish. If only there was a tent here, it would be so much easier. Next, we'll check Drenmore. No, we'll check Alosh. I think Alosh might have 1 or 2 Ungoros soil left. I'm not sure. Why are they mind controlled? What's going on there? You know, this would be a good time to farm, since everyone's mostly asleep on this server, huh? Maybe I should change priorities. I wonder if the, we definitely need to get Frost Saber Echo. I might run over there. 5. Perfect. Send this to Zenrai. That's the 30 we needed. Let's just empty our inventory. Oh no, accidentally did the priest one. Shoot. Alright, let me think for a moment about all this garbage. Let's just disenchant that. So I think my priest now is ready to heal AQ40, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if the heal is relatively low, but the heals hit within the range that they should because I'm not downcasting. And I don't really run out of mana because I'm willing to flask of distilled wisdom and run all the consumes for the lower raids. So I think I could do an AQ40 if given the chance. We'll see. Maybe I'll sign my priest up to 1 and see how it goes. But we've got most of the tier 1, and we've got a few nice items from ZG and other drops from like K10 and stuff. So I think we're mostly good to go. Toab and Zandalarian Hero Charm. Though honestly, I'm really bad about using these. I should probably use them on cooldown or at the start of any boss fight. I can just fire one off to help with the heals. Especially if I'm doing group healing, which seems to be the way to go with a priest, where you just alternate between throwing a prayer of healing on a group who's been taking AoE damage, and then with your own group, jumping up in the air, doing a Holy Nova, and then swapping between the two. Now the cost of them is massive, but because of the new talents for Holy Priest, let me see, where is it? Is it this one? Whenever you cast a healing spell, you regain 30% of its mana cost if it is different from your previous healing spell. So as long as you're alternating which heals you're using, I find that I'm not really running out of mana too much, unless a fight goes on much longer than expected. So, in which case, you've got a major mana potion, you've got a free heal, which typically I'll use if I have to cast a double greater heal, like 2 in a row, or something like that, but I could probably use it even more frequently than I do. And then there's Ascendance, which I didn't use at all during the entire MC, and I should have. I should just fire that off at the start of every boss fight, to be honest with you. Because that's when you need max heals. I did fire it off. Did I use it on the... I think I did use it on one fight, on the Gar fight. Because I was main healing the off tank for, like, who was just taking shit tons of damage from all the little golems. So I don't know. I've been enjoying the priest healing, though I do find myself so focused on the little raid frames that I become oblivious to the rest of what's going on in the raid, and I find that a little bit less immersive than, let's say, Zenrai in a raid, who's deep in the thick of fighting enemies and trying to find the back to backstab. I don't know how much copper I have on Drenmore, but I hope it's a lot. Usually I've been saving it, but I also did a whole farming session just before the survival changes, so I might have sent it all already. Oh, poor Drenmore. Alright, let's, whoops. What was that? Sense Undead? Yeah, that's really useful. Let's, get the bank out. That is not a lot of copper. Alright, that's quite disappointing. We might have to go farming with Drenmore to get more copper ore. Or simple wood. Okay. Still gonna send it. What all have I been sending to him? Oh, I see. Yeah. Hey, the Gichinima. Checking out Midnight. I gotta say, the story and everything so far does not feel like Warcraft. Can you tell me why it doesn't feel like Warcraft? I've heard that sentiment a lot. And as far as I understand, it is Metzen who's writing most of it, or who at least had oversight over it. So it would be a little frustrating to know. It'd be a little frustrating to hear that he's not giving it his all. Eh. I hope it's okay. I mean, like, the truth is, retail hasn't felt like Warcraft to me in over 10 years. Since Cataclysm, in fact, I would say, is where it really sort of stopped feeling like Warcraft, in my opinion. Doom Forged. 14 gold, you say? Not 149? I thought it was worth 149. Interesting, interesting. What can we even sell? People buying these? Sometimes things spike in prices and I don't know why. Not these. Disappointment. I really don't want to sell anything. But I do need to get copper ore somewhere, so let me think here. We should port to Stormwind, and we'll just run outside Stormwind and try and find ore. Get some copper going. Because I don't want to buy anything right now. It would be far too expensive, given the pricing. Let's at least put these deckhand shirts up for auction. Get out of my inventory, pieces of crap. And Honzo, how much are these going for now? Yeah, we'll just hold on to that one. Are major healing potions still going down in price? I'm pretty sure they are. There's an overabundant amount of major healing potions coming out of the economy at the moment. Pricing's okay. We'll do 6. Yeah. We have so many. So damn many. All right, let's move these over here. Yeah, it says 1 charge, so we want to use that one first if we can. All right, that should be enough inventory space. Definitely don't want to accidentally sell that solid stone. It's far too valuable to me. Okay, plenty of space now. You're struggling to pinpoint exactly one thing, I'm struggling to pinpoint exactly, but one thing I know is I don't really feel very invested into this plot line with this whole Void stuff. Yeah, me neither. The whole Void thing only works as it relates to, in my opinion, like the Elder Gods and the... It's supposed to be background lore. It's not supposed to be main lore. And I make this distinction all the time between back lore and forward lore. Back lore is the world building lore. The stuff that sort of informs you about the universe and how things work. So we know that the light exists, for example, but actually delving into the Naru and shit kind of ruins all the mystique. It's like explaining the Force in Star Wars. People didn't like that, and for good reason. Like, I don't want to know about midichlorians. And that was one of the biggest criticisms of Lucas's Star Wars prequels, was that it over-explained things that were supposed to be mythology and backlore. I understand why he did it, and it does make sense for the world building he was doing for the prequels, because he was trying to ground it very much in reality. And the idea there was that the 4, 5, and 6 were effectively the legends and mythology after a collapse of an empire, or at least the collapse of civilization. Oh, I should have picked up survival. I could be getting trees at the same time. Do I go back? I guess I will. The important thing is to get copper, though. And the rough stone might be useful too. But for me, the whole void is a backlore thing. It's not something you necessarily want to explain too much. The same way that, like, just imagine that if someone explained and showed us how our universe worked and was like, oh yeah, there's a god. That's real. And here he is. Hello, I'm God. Yeah, I made all this shit. Like, it would kind of destroy our minds in a fundamental way. He's like, yeah, I'm God, but you can call me Bob. That's my real name. It just doesn't. It would, all world religions would end at that point, because it doesn't match anything. And a new one would form based around Bob. Ah, yeah. It actually hurts my mind to think about these things sometimes. You know what? You just nailed it. I haven't really thought of it that way. It reminds me of the Deep Ones in the Lord of the Rings universe with Gandalf talking about the things below. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you don't need to explain who the Deep Ones are. It makes them scarier. You shouldn't explain who the Deep Ones are, precisely because they're scarier without knowing it, and they are supposed to be unfathomable. They're supposed to be beyond your ability to think about. That's the whole point of things like Elder Gods. As soon as you explain, it's like any horror movie. As soon as you explain the horror movie to someone, it loses everything that makes it scary. So, for example, this is when I was in my 20s and still working at Blizzard. But me and some of my friends went to see the movie Jeepers Creepers. And the Jeepers Creepers movie is about, well, these kids are getting chased in a car by, like, a dude in an old beat up car, and then he turns out to be a demon who, like, stitches people together. And at the end of the movie, all my friends were, like, totally freaked out about it, and I was like, eh. And they're like, you didn't find it scary at all? And I'm like, he's just a demon who regenerates by eating parts from other people. It's not really that scary. I think about that sort of thing all the time in Dungeons and Dragons. They're like, huh. And it kind of ruined the horror effect of the movie on them once I explained it that way. And it's the same with backlore for a world. As soon as you start explaining the backlore, unless you're doing something very, specific that doesn't ruin that sort of thing, it just kind of makes everything feel less important. Is there any big franchise that's pretty much universally loved but you don't care for it, like in that one Family Guy scene? Universally loved but I don't care for it? Only ones that I haven't really interacted with. So, for example, anything by Brandon Sanderson, I just haven't read any of his books, and it feels like I'm never going to get around to it. So I don't even know anything about that universe, so I don't understand why it's so beloved, but I'm not going to shit on anyone for liking it because I don't know anything about it. So, another one is Harry Potter. I've never really liked Harry Potter. The magic system doesn't really work for me because it's so chaotic and random, and there are consistently throughout spells that would absolutely end every plot line that just never gets used in the correct way. And like these are wizards who are supposed to be masters of magic, and they all seem kind of dumb. Like for a wizarding school full of academics, these are the most moronic wizards perhaps in the known universe. But at the end of the day, it is a fantasy story, so I just sort of let it go, and it's like a fantasy story for kids, so I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. Um, I'll say I like the vibe of Harry Potter. Like the movies really captured a certain vibe, but the books were unreadable. I really tried hard to read the first book, and I could not get through it. It was just so, I don't want to say poorly written, but like written in a way that was not interesting to me, and unfortunately has not been interesting to my kids. I tried to read Harry Potter to both my kids at different ages, and they weren't interested either. So I thought, like, I thought if my kid was super interested, I would be able to get through the book because I could enjoy them enjoying it, and that just didn't happen. They didn't enjoy it at all. Apparently, having an entire chapter about the Weasleys' daily lives just wasn't entertaining. That was too much to get through. You struggled to enjoy Harry Potter. You struggled to enjoy Harry Potter because I've always envisioned magic users to be alongside knights, melee users, so just wizards typically checked me out. Yeah. There's a way to do wizards correctly, and unfortunately, Lord of the Rings is the only one who's done it. Mr. J.R.R. Tolkien's the only one who's done wizards correctly, as far as I can tell. I will say Dragonlance also has an interesting take on wizards. Raistlin is effectively an evil upcoming Gandalf. And Raistlin, I would say probably had some level of inspiration from Metzen towards Arthas. I don't know that for sure. He never said that. But Raistlin, I know that Metzen was a huge Dragonlance fan, as I was. I read almost all the Dragonlance books when they were coming out. Not when they were coming out, but when I was of the age that I was reading them, which is roughly for 15 to 20 something. And Raistlin Majir is one of those iconic characters from that franchise that is a tale of someone who wanted to achieve something but was physically weak and then overcame it through magical power. And that's sort of like a real wizard story, and a very important, informative one for a lot of people who write fiction or delve into fantasy games as a writer. You can respect Harry Potter, and I get where people come from when they praise it, but I just don't feel it. Yeah, I feel the vibe, and I get why other people would enjoy it, but for me it falls apart because I'm too analytical, and I think a lot of people run into the logic problems. Are there no copper ore mines out here? What's going on? If you wanted to get copper ore, where would you go? Probably into a mine, into a cave. Maybe Django Load? Gold Coast Quarry? If that doesn't have freaking copper in it, I'm gonna be pulling my hair out. HP filled a niche at the right time. HP Lovecraft? What's sad about Lovecraft is how much people did not care for his work at the time that it came out. It was kind of after the fact that he became legend. I am quite a character? I don't know. Am I a character? Am I just a character in your story? That would be sad to find out. It's like that movie about that guy who starts hearing narration about him, and then he finds out that he's just a character in this lady's novel. Please There's no miners in here. Do, 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 do. Don't touch me. And modest on top of what? I have nothing to brag about. I don't know what you mean. Have you read Dresden Files? I like the magic system there. I started to read Dresden Files. I was gonna play the TTRPG with someone, but then when the game fell apart, I stopped, and now I don't remember anything. But it did seem interesting. I definitely think it would have been in my cup of bags. What the fuck? In my wheelhouse, I guess is what you would say. No, there's no copper ore in here. What the frick? This is a gold coast quarry mine. You've got to be kidding me. There's river farm miners everywhere, and there's one copper ore. Maybe it's just respawning now. I don't know. Is that the same spot? No. Yes. No. Okay, good. My go-to for farming copper is Dunmarok. Oh, that's a good idea. I might go there. Don't give me gems. I ain't got the space for that shit. Alright, I think maybe someone's mining around here, and they've already farmed most of these nodes. Let's go to the Django load and see if that has more. I know the whole power scaling creep is a WoW thing, but I wonder if there was any way of continuing the story without every bad person doing a I'm ending the world shtick. Yeah, look at fucking Turtle WoW. You just expand on Azeroth, and you layer in stories in between other things. The thing that Blizzard completely fucking lost their mind on, for whatever reason, is that the leveling journey is the point of the game. And now they're just doing everything to skip it to force you into the next expansion, because every expansion is a formula of we've added on this content and now you're going to level from 183 to 197 or whatever the fuck they're doing these days. I don't even care to know. And all that old content is meaningless, and all those raids you did with all your friends for over a year and a half, all of that is now bullshit and worthless. So move on, because this green item is now better than the epic you just got. And that feels bad. It just fucking feels bad. Because if the whole point was the journey, you want that journey to feel meaningful after the fact. Like, look at Zenrai's inventory. When I log back into Zenrai, we can look at Zenrai's inventory, and you can see shit I got from very, very early on still in there as just mementos and tokens of things that Zenrai did. Tin? Alright, while I'm here. I don't want tin. I do want coarse stone. Is this where coarse stone comes from? I think this is where coarse stone comes from. Yes. Alright, okay. Never mind. We're getting all the tin then. I need copper, but I'll take whatever I can find, I guess. Really? You cannot possibly think that's a good idea. Gotta love Turtle for that. Seeing people in Axe Gear doing MC for some ingots is neat. Absolutely is. And I love going... I mean, I was not super happy to die to Onyxia, but at the end of the day, I am excited to like sort of figure out why it went so wrong and try to fix it. So in the case of yeah, Turtle WoW's nailed it. They understand that experience because they're still fans of the game. I can't say the same for the majority of people working at Blizzard, unfortunately. Maybe some of them play it, but whoever's in charge, they're not making the decisions that would be in alignment with an understanding of what WoW sort of started as. Oh, jeez. Go away! I don't have any talents, do I? No, I do not. Did they change stuff? Right. We want this. We need this. Need this. Shield specialization. Yes. Blessings of Sanctuary is the main part of this build. While Righteous Fury is active, your damage taken is reduced by 3%. Is that new? That looks new to me. Hand of Reckoning. What's that? What is Hand of Reckoning? Hand of Reckoning. Hand of Reckoning. Oh, that's the taunt. Oh, well, that's pretty good. We don't need that. Okay. 10% chance after blocking an attack to generate an additional attack? Yes, please. Holy strike damage goes up? Yes. Increases the effectiveness of Blessings of Might and Wisdom. No. That's what I need. We're not going to get there, are we? Maybe we should just put these points into these for now. Oh, damn, we did. Okay, well, you know what? Whatever. This is fine. We don't care. Let me get these things on my bar though, just in case I do need them. So Holy Shield increases chance to block. Where's that Bulwark? It looks like a shield smash to me. And what was here? Oh, that was my taunt? It was something else now, though. What? Z is Holy Light. What was T? Purify? No. I don't know what it was. Maybe I don't have it anymore. We'll leave it for now. Anyways. How do I feel about Diablo 2 getting a new hero? I think that's great. I'm glad they did that, and I hope they do more of it. It's a recognition that people still play Diablo 2 and love it maybe more than they like Diablo 4. Because let's face it, Diablo 4 is almost an entirely different game from Diablo 1 and 2. Just seeing people doing like trillions of damage, it's just so stupid. Whoever started that trend in WoW at Blizzard, I'm gonna shame. I'm calling that bad game design. People do not like having such big numbers flying around because it makes everything meaningless. That's one of the reasons that I like playing Turtle WoW so much, is that the numbers are, you know, quite reasonable and they stay within reasonable frames. I can understand that 1,000 is a huge hit, and that 100 doesn't mean that much, and that 10, 15, 20 are like, you know, chip damage. But if I see trillion and billion and million, shit's meaningless to me at that point. You know what it feels like? Retail WoW feels like those tap RPGs on mobile. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where you just tap and like level. I mean, they're not unfun, but they're not really what I'm looking for in an MMORPG. It's just numbers go up games, and it feels like whoever designed or whoever changed the design of retail WoW and Diablo 3, maybe 3, did 3 do it? I don't know. I never played 3 because it was unplayable for me. Well, I know Diablo 4 does. Whoever designed those systems of numbers definitely came from well, I'm 90% sure they were influenced by or came from the mobile games industry, because I recognize that system of escalating numbers, multiplicative progression, or what do you call it, parabolic. And I hate it. I fucking hate it. You did not like Diablo 4 as much because I hate the scaling and I never felt like I was getting stronger like in D2. Yes, that's exactly what it ruins. The numbers become meaningless because they become they go out of understanding for our fragile, simple human brains. What if I went into dead mines by myself? There's copper ore in there, isn't there? That might be a way to get a lot of copper ore fast. Let's go try that. Let's see what happens. I think it's copper ore in there. Or is it tin? And we'll find out. You agree the higher numbers are silly? Yeah, they're not just silly, they fucking ruin the entire aesthetic of the game. Like Diablo 2 is gritty and kind of embedded in the numbers. It feels like D&D. Diablo 3, less so, but more importantly, I couldn't play it single player, so it absolutely ruined it for me. And then Diablo 4 is just fucking nonsense to me. It's like a nightmare. It's like what I would imagine Microsoft would make if they were forced to make a Diablo. Yeah. Dealing 30 billion damage and the enemy's health bar slightly ticks. Yeah, exactly. It just, you become numb. You become numb to it. It doesn't mean anything anymore. I don't want to fight you. Don't make me turn around. I just want the copper. Leave me alone, you piece of shit. Oh, well. I feel like the D2R had to fight tooth and nail to get the Warlock greenlight because of competition with D4. Well, they put it in both, didn't they? It's like in D4 and D2. As far as I understood, they put it in both. So is it really competition at that point? I guess I don't know how executives think anymore because they're stupid. This is what happens when you have people running game studios who don't fucking play games at all. And it's so obvious, and they try so hard to pretend that they play these games, and we all can see that they don't. But they won't drop the facade. It's like they're gaslighting us. And that's just what executives do, they gaslight everyone. Like, oh, we are financially responsible, and fiscal quarter was amazing. Every quarter is amazing. It's amazing how amazing everything is. And then they fucking do 1,000 layoffs. Epic Games, 6 billion in revenue. 1,000 people laid off. What the fuck? What are you doing? Retail WoW's an egg timer game. Even lore's time grind locked behind a progression experience bar. You literally only trade grinding directly with anything you actually want to do, and that's regardless if the grind activity has any meaning to you. Right. Whereas here, I'm just enjoying running around the world. Like, I love going into dead mines again, because I get to feel powerful this time. I'm like, oh, I need to get some stuff here. And it's like, wow, look at me wreck this shit. And I didn't even put on my blessing or anything. Like, I'm not playing optimally, but I'm just so powerful at this point that I can tank a whole dungeon just to get some frickin' copper ore. That's why I'm here. Alright, since we're not taking any damage... Oh, I need to be using Q, right. Anyways... I hope these guys drop some ore. No. This wool cloth actually is quite valuable to me right now. What was that? Oh, willow pants. Eh. Alright, let's sell off the junk. My favorite thing to do is go into dead mines, grab some greens, and have low levels duel for them in Goldshire. That's an interesting idea. I like that. I like that a lot. Maybe I'll keep some of these. I don't know. It depends on my space. We'll see how it goes. All right. What did I wanted to put Blessing of Wisdom or something on myself? Yeah, just so I regenerate mana a little bit faster. But look, there's like 4 copper ore veins. We can. Oh, there's 3. We can go out and reset this when we get them all. And that's actually quite convenient. Can do some amount per hour. I don't know how much. Wait, where is it? This way? There it is. Wait, what am I doing? I forgot how to play. I mean, my Paladin. Not that it matters, it seems. So many shadow gems. T-WoW at least seems to have a journey. Everything is cohesive and stays relevant. There was no reason for retail to ever go beyond level 60 in my view. 100% agree. They could have just let expansions add more starter, mid, and end game content. I suppose that is what T-WoW does. Yep. They literally just added dungeons for, like, the leveling journey in the last big update. And that's cool. Like, the new raid, the Ursel, is not... is that copper ore inside this box? Where the hell is it? What the fuck? Oh my god. Get off me. Where is it? Here, we'll just... Come here. You! Come here. We'll kill them all. Is there another side to this wall that I'm not seeing? Is that what's going on? Or is this copper ore just implanted in the ground somehow? Oh, we're almost out of space already. Let me see. I'm like literally right on top of it. Maybe there's something above. I don't know. I just wish Blizzard would wake up from whatever coma they're in and actually fight the oppressors. But I know that's not going to happen. Okay, I missed 2 copper somehow. So where is it? Oh, it's in the poisoning room then. Is that what it is? Uh-huh. There it is. Let's go kill the poisoner. I think he dropped something that a paladin might enjoy. What's the thing that reduces damage? It's a blessing of sanctuary? Salvation? No. It's a new one, because I had to put a point into it. Lights? No. Protection? No. God, you don't play for like 1 week and you forget everything. It's so sad. Sanctuary. This is just flat out damage reduction. When the target blocks a melee attack, the attacker takes damage. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, okay. You... Come here, everyone. Hi. Hello. Let's not do the boss at the same time, maybe? Yeah. Like that. Maybe I could have done the boss at the same time. Although I think he does some poisons that are kind of brutal. But probably shouldn't matter. Yeah, there it is. But I am a paladin, so really not important. Whoops. Jeez, he just does that over and over, doesn't he? Mr. Jared Voss. That's it. That's the thing. Throws a corrosive vial at your target, inflicting 50 nature damage. Too bad my inventory is full. Let's see. Yeah, I can't hold on to these. Or this. I mean, I could put them on the auction house, but nah. So this is a trinket that lets you throw a vial. I don't even have a trinket in my off slot, so that's great for me. This is now a paladin trinket. I declare it so. From what I've gathered, Blizzard these days are on a mission to free themselves from the Warcraft legacy, such that they can forge onward with whatever, however they want or need the game to be. Trying to please as many people as possible is not going to work, though, but that's just my take. No, you're right. If you make something for everyone, it ends up being for no one. Because it loses whatever it is that makes it unique, and then it's just like, you may as well play a Korean MMO at that point. Not that all Korean MMOs are bad, I'm just saying that they all have a pretty singular aesthetic. Why don't we just smelt this since we're here and we have the ability to. Blarg. I'm very curious what Nexon is going to do with the StarCraft license they purchased, though. Purchased from Microsoft. I am very curious what they're plotting. What vile concoction they will generate. I don't think it'll be an MMORPG. Now, Nexon has a few games under their belt that are actually quite interesting. So it's, you know, potential to be quite good, or StarCraft at least. But until I see some inclination of what they're going for, it's hard not to be cynical, because there's two major issues. The whole StarCraft IP got sold? No, they're licensing the StarCraft IP. They licensed it to a Korean company called Nexon. They'll port StarCraft 2 to mobile and call it StarCraft 3. I don't think that's what they'll do. If you look at Nexon's library of games, they're actually pretty good, and they have a few single-player games that are quite renowned. I strongly doubt that they will make a single-player game, and given that Microsoft probably sold the license for a shit ton, a metric shit ton of money. We don't know the details of that yet, but I'm looking forward to seeing how much they paid for this license. I think what we will end up seeing is Nexon's take on maybe a StarCraft Ghost, because they have done single player games in the past that were pretty good. That's the optimist in me. The pessimist in me says that it will be a StarCraft mobile game of some sort, or something along those lines, or something that can be played on mobile and is predominantly a hands-off sort of tactical RTS kind of thing. Now, we've already seen Blizzard make an attempt at a Clash Royale style game, so we don't know if they'll do that, if they want to allow that again. We'll just have to see what they end up making, but my optimism is low. Why do I have thorium in my inventory? I'm gonna convert that as well and send it to Kinra, I think. Did you know Valve let Nexon make a Counter-Strike game? I did not know that. Why would Valve let Nexon make a Counter-Strike game? That's a question I'd like answers to. I assume they made it for Asia, and that's why they allowed it. That's my assumption. You're hoping for more RTS? Don't hold any hope for more RTS. There's a fundamental problem with RTS, and I'll explain in a moment. Oh, my time on my balance board is up, so I'm gonna sit down. Oh, Jesus. It's been a long time since I did the balance board. Oh. Okay. Nah. Get down here. Shh. What the fuck? My chair is fighting with me for carpet space. Did you know it looks like a port of CS Source? And yeah, I think it was for Asia. Yeah. Well, they couldn't compete with the Counter-Strike clone. I think it's called Free Fire, which is made in China, and it's literally one-to-one Counter-Strike, and then like they just do a bunch of insane monetization shit. So I think the idea was to get on the marketplace in Asia and compete with the original. But I think most people in Asia prefer Free Fire anyways, so didn't really work, but I'm sure they're taking some percentage of the market share. Let's send Kinra the thorium for future Arcanites, and then we can send off completed stacks of 20 to Zenrai. And then the rest of this will just go into the bank. For now. No, not you. You stay here. And then this... we'll wait for completed stacks, actually. This will send to keep us, though. Get out of here. No, I actually need these, don't I? Yeah, I do. All right. The copper ore journey continues. We still need 4, 8... 20, 40... Ah, shit. 5, 10, 25, 30. We've sent 2 full stacks? So we need 4 more. 4 more stacks. Oh, gee. Oh, leave me alone. I think we'll just go outside and reset and come back in and see how much copper we get doing this. Yeah, I'm not terribly excited for whatever Nexon comes up with, but I don't have no hope. Because if there's one thing I am certain of, and that is if you fuck up StarCraft in Korea, your company is dead. Dead to the world. They will frickin' destroy you. Absolutely destroy you. So, I wish them luck. And I hope that they understand what made StarCraft so popular in the first place. Because if they don't, they are doomed. Can I just piss everyone off? Everyone. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Try to kill the casters first, because... Okay. What was that? Not collected? Those go on the feet. Let's get out my humble servant to purchase all my garbage. Alright. Get these copper ore harvested. Wait a minute. Oh, the issue with RTS. Right. I was going to talk about that. So here's the problem with RTS. StarCraft 2 still pretty much dominates the market for RTS, despite several indie attempts and despite the Stormgate fiasco. So with the failure of Stormgate, which was sort of like, if they can't do it, how the hell is anyone else going to do it? And you can argue about whatever you want in that regard, but at the end of the day, what all the executives saw at all the big studios, and we're talking Microsoft, we're talking EA, we're talking... Name a studio that is huge, and yeah, they saw this happen in real time. The people who were considered to be the best potential hope for the revitalization of the RTS genre completely fell on their face in the worst way possible. And, you know, I'm too far away. Am I disconnected? What's going on? So it's pretty much, it was always like a self-fulfilling prophecy before that RTS don't make money. And so they would never get funding to make a proper RTS, and they would always get, you know, underfunded from what they would need to do it properly. And therefore it would fail. And yeah, it just becomes a perpetual cycle of RTS failure. And now it's poison. No one's going to touch it. Much like that mixologist. What? Oh, I need to get this back up. And I need to be using this. Well, now I have to touch the mixologist. Gross. Oh, you're still alive. So yeah, if like for example, let's say that I was working at one of these major studios, right? Let's say that EA hires me for something, and I want to make an RTS, and I go to the. I actually don't know how EA works anymore now that it's owned by Saudi Arabia. But let's say I go to the prince, and I say I want to make an RTS, and he would just look at the business numbers for RTSs and go, nope, not a chance. And let's say I somehow convince him, like I beg and I plead, and I'm like, oh, you know, I think I can really make a good RTS, and I make a good business case for it. And first of all, in order to make that business case, I have to talk about monetization and how I'm gonna fucking gouge the shit out of the players in the worst way imaginable. So that's super fun, because that's every game designer's dream, is to figure out how to extract money out of your player base to the tune of millions of dollars a month, which is what you need in order to compete in this current market, because that's what you're competing with in mobile. So every executive looks at mobile numbers and is like, I want that money. Oh, it's unique. Yeah, of course it is. That's unfortunate. He doesn't want it. All right. Should I sell it? How much is it? 5 silver? I ain't even gonna bother. You know, I haven't even tried it. Let's try it on something. Can't do that while moving. I should check the range on it. I actually don't know. So yeah, RTS is kind of doomed. And in no small part, Stormgate played a role in that, unfortunately. And all of the indie RTS right now, even the ones doing okay, they're not doing tens of millions in sales, so they're not making the case any stronger. I wonder if you could argue the same for fighting games? Probably. Thoughts on why Stormgate was a fiasco? Yeah, it's pretty apparent that not enough pre-planning went into it, or whatever pre-planning went into it ended up getting scrapped. But I made the case when I was there that there should have been a longer pre-production phase where the entire campaign was already designed out. Because the Warcraft 3, the campaign came together because Metzen would write something, and then we'd all jump on it, give feedback, and then we'd move forward. But that doesn't require the entire studio. Like, they could have low-key had... also, the editor needed to be in better shape than it was. Granted, for Warcraft 3, the editor and the campaign were sort of being done together, at least early on. But the problem that Stormgate had was that the people who were working on the editor were being pulled off it all the time to do other things. And so the editor was not getting updated as much as it should have been. And you can play with it now, I believe. I mean, the game is free to play still, and it's still on Steam, so you can go grab it and you can play with the editor. And you can tell me what you think. But I struggled to make missions on it, and chose to leave the company because I wasn't able to do a good enough job with the problems that I was running into. I came into the project a little bit later than everyone else, and so I was constantly hitting my head on the wall of like, you need to have this specific knowledge about how this specific thing works, and if you don't do it exactly in this way, and it involves editing this variable on the 15th tab of this thing, like, I was just, I don't have the patience for this anymore. I need things that work. I need tools that work. And on top of that, I wasn't being listened to about the campaign missions as well. Oh, I'm outside. So that was a big frustration for me personally, which is why I chose to leave at the time that I did. If you're not listening to me about the narrative, why am I there at this point in my career? Yeah, it just wasn't a long enough pre-planning phase. It was an overinvestment in marketing, and it was an overinvestment in getting everything done at the same time. It should have been more focused on two things: get the editor up to shape, get the gameplay, of course, fun and moving. Get the editor up to shape, because let's face it, these days player-made maps would be huge. We haven't seen an updated editor for anything remotely close to the complexity of an RTS and simple to use as like the Warcraft 3 editor in what, 2 decades? It's been, feels like it. And with those two things alone, I think it would have been in much better shape. With the editor in good functioning condition and easy to use and well tested, the campaign would have come together a lot faster. And also, story-wise, it had really problematic narrative issues that were not addressed. And I tried to address them through my mission design, and it was just rejected outright. I was like, what the fuck? Like, there was no attachment built to the main character, and so this main character is supposed to carry you through the story, but no one gave a shit. Like, you don't even know that she's the little girl in the cinematic, because of the way things were done. It's unfortunate. Isn't the classic WoW engine a repurposed War 3 engine? It was, yeah, initially. The Warcraft 3 engine became the World of Warcraft engine, but there was a split. And then the WoW engine became its own thing with like a lot of extra stuff. A lot of extra stuff. And differentiation. What am I doing? I was gonna do something and now I don't know what I'm doing. Did I get enough ore? No, I needed six more? 5 more stacks. I sent 2. But I need... I need 6 total. So I've sent 2, I need 4. Okay. Just trying to get a proper grasp so I know when to stop. Let's go back. When you say that a good RTS begins with a fun single-player campaign and only then there is potential for success with multiplayer? Yes, but in order to have a fun single-player campaign, you need your core gameplay loop to work. So that has to be first. It doesn't necessarily have to be perfectly balanced for PvP, but that's exactly what they were going to get criticized on first if it wasn't good. And then second, in order to make the campaign, you want to have the best game designers hands-on with it. So you need a campaign editor that is fully functional. So yes, campaign matters, but without a map editor to make the campaign, what are you doing? You're going to hack it all together? It's going to take like, 10 times as long. I know, because I watched it happen. Everything took 10 times as long as I felt it should to do in that frickin' thing. And that was in large part because I just didn't have the tribal knowledge that had been built up by some of the other designers. So there were effectively like 3 functional designers, and then I was useless. Or at least I felt useless. And I'm like, wait, why am I here if I'm A, not going to be listened to, and B, this editor isn't going to be properly attended to such that I can functionally make levels? When you say that a good RTS... Right, I just answered that. And you gave me the thumbs up. Okay, got it. It's like, yeah, if you want to make good games, you need good tools. And either that or someone who codes directly. And that's where the good part of the tools comes from. Oh, I am not using... I'm losing all my mana. Don't you just sometimes want to direct your own game from start to finish? Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of doing that with God Among Man. The issue is that I have to do all the gameplay myself, which means I have to keep it extremely simple. So it's a visual novel game. that's about the extent of my technical expertise, is being able to build something in a tool that is strictly for making visual novel games. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I really should be working on it right now, to be honest with you. Love the campy FMV videos in the Command & Conquer games. Yeah, those were great. I worked with Eric Yo briefly. Eric Yo was the lead designer, I think. Was he the lead designer? I think he was the lead designer for Command & Conquer. But I worked with him at Oddworld Inhabitants on Stranger's Wrath. He was a really great guy. I don't know what he's doing these days. Did he leave? I can't tell if he left the game industry. I'm friends with him on Facebook, but I still don't know what he's doing. Can't tell if he's consulting or working with a studio or what. I probably should check on LinkedIn, but I don't even think he's on there. To be honest, I think he made so much money from Command & Conquer because back in those days they like gave residuals. I think he made so much money that he just retired. That's what it feels like. I haven't seen him say he's working on anything, so I don't know what's going on. Oh. Patched leather. Shadow Moon Orb. Don't know if that's new or not. Kind of the move, honestly. What, retire? If only I could. Sadly, I've never been one of the, principals back when the game studios were actually paying people what they were worth. I've always been on the low end of pay. Oops, that was not what I wanted. I mean, there's a reason I live in Thailand. It's affordable here. Unlike California, which was about to make me homeless. Shame Tim didn't get residuals from the Fallout series. That is a shame, but he's also extremely well paid, so... he was gonna retire, and he's like, I'll make one more game, why not? But he could retire if he wanted to. I guess that's just a byproduct of having consistent work for so long. Did I really pass by a copper ore? I did. Like, he might not get residuals for Fallout, but he certainly got bonus checks for it. I'm almost certain of that. All right. That's all the copper here. Yeah, that's tin. I've grown uninterested in tin. Just for inventory space purposes. We'll go outside and smelt some ore, and then we'll reset one more time. I think that'll be more than enough. Do I have a favorite Elder Scrolls? The truth is I haven't played all of them yet. I was gonna play the Morrowind now that it came out with the remaster, but I've really only played Skyrim, and I did enjoy that quite a bit. It did feel like I was sort of crafting a story of my own once I got away from the "you're the chosen one" stuff, it was just me wandering around being a stealth archer, as you do in every Elder Scrolls game, I'm told. Stealth archer bis, for sure. So I don't know. I don't really have a good comparison to make, but I guess Skyrim would be my favorite just because it's the only one I've played, and I did enjoy it. Would I tried to get into Morrowind when it first came out. By the way, Morrowind is the one with Patrick Stewart, right? As the king. When it first came out, I did try to play it, and I just couldn't get into it for some reason. Like it dragged on and on. And I never got to the part where I was like just on my own. I think because I kept dying to something stupid too. But for whatever reason, it annoyed me. And I kind of lost interest in it. And then with the remaster, I thought I might get back into it or something, but it didn't happen. So did I reset the instance? No. No, I did not. Oblivion? Morrowind is the uniquely alien one. Okay. So it was Oblivion I tried to get into and I just couldn't get into it. Where is this? There we go. Could everyone just come over here at once, please? Maybe this area is good for this. Oh, I'm actually taking some damage here, actually. I think I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. Definitely don't want them behind you, though. You do have to watch out for that. Look at that, I'm still almost full mana. Kind of silly, but whatever. I'll take it. Ooh. If I had to guess, if you put the difficulty to max, it's nigh impossible to escape the intro without knowing what you're doing, since the rats take a bazillion hits to die. I definitely didn't. Well, I didn't intentionally do that if I did that, but I don't think it was the rats that was killing me. It was something else. I think maybe I accidentally hit a guard and didn't realize that he wasn't supposed to be hostile. I can't remember exactly what happened. I just know I was frustrated and didn't want to try again. Which is, the older I get, the more common an occurrence that becomes, I must say. Fine leather boots, eh? Probably not worth it. Finds when equipped. 3 stamina for a level 13 item is actually pretty damn good. Alright, that's copper. Is this copper on this side? That's tin. No, it's on the other side. All the copper is in the early area near the poison guys, so that's good to know. I thought I'd be averaging 4 copper nodes per entry, but it looks like it's more like 3. So hopefully we just get lucky on the amount of pulls we get from each one. Jazz Jackrabbit, what's... I don't even know what that is. Is that the math game? Or am I thinking of something else? If it's the math game, I like that. I've always liked educational games. We don't do nearly enough with educational games. Thanks for letting me pick your brain. Hope you have a good day and good luck with your Dead Mine runs. No problem, Getchinema. Anytime you want, you can stop on in, and I'm happy to answer questions about the game industry or any games I've worked on, so forth. There's nothing I like more than destroying the delusions of people about what games are possible to be made right now. No, it's a side scroller? Oh, no idea then. Jazz Jackrabbit. In terms of side scrollers, basically, if it's not Super Mario or Castlevania or Metroid or... I think the oldest one I played was Commander Keen. way back in the day, which came from that, which was the game before they made Doom. I haven't really played them, so. I don't know why I keep killing this guy. He's a pain in the butt.
You're not the ones from Stranglethorn.
Wait, what was that? Oh, right. I mean, I may as well have my threat up. It doesn't matter.
I was going to make a fortune on
Ooh, a dagger. +5 to poisons. What did that mean? What? Is this something that rogues should just keep on them when they're making poisons? I don't know. That's a little strange. Alright. Is that it? That's 10 as well, so I'm not going to go any deeper. Was that only 2 nodes? I feel like I'm getting gypped here. I want to at least get one more complete stack of copper, so hopefully one more reset will do it. No, I don't even think that's enough, though. What have I sent? I sent 3, and I needed at least 5, right? Well, when we hit our reset instance lockout, we'll go back out into the world, and maybe we'll find something. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 3. 3 each time. Such a bummer. Come here. Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please? Follow me. Wait, no, don't follow me. Where am I going? Here. Let's play Ring Around the Rosie. This is a little silly. Seer's robe. Don't have the T-Mog? Put it on. What am I trying to resurrect? Unfortunately, this dagger means nothing to me, since I don't have poisons. We'll just cast the this on myself. Yeah, I never played Jazz Jackrabbit. I never played Ubisoft's one either, Rayman, because I knew if I played it I would just be fuming mad every time I died. There was a horror side-scroller that came out a while ago that I tried to play, but it has a mechanic wherein you basically just die repeatedly. That is to say, you can't really predict what's going to happen, so you just have to stumble into these death traps over and over again, and that's how you improve. Whereas Mario is very transparent about you want to jump over this, you want to do this. You sort of have an expectation of how things are going to behave. Whereas a horror side scroller, you really don't have any idea. And I don't like that. And I took it personally. me copper. Thank you. Alright. There's one more in the back next to the poison guy. May as well go kill him too. Trial and error gameplay, I hate this too. Yeah. The game was quite well received though, so I was sort of surprised. But I guess if you put it in the horror genre, people become more forgiving of constantly dying, I guess.
I was going to make a fortune on this work.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I did play Braid. In fact, I was one of the first people to play Braid. When I was still living in the US, this is back in 2008-ish. I don't know exactly when it happened, but I had a website called Gamer Hate, and I would basically shit talk about the industry. And one of my posts on the Gamer Hate forum, or on my website, was basically how I really hated indie games, because all the indie games I kept playing were so garbage, and that I hadn't really seen a good one come yet. This is the very early days of indie stuff. And as it happened, for whatever reason, Jonathan Blow was reading my website, and he saw that, and he basically said, "Oh yeah, I've got an indie game that I think you would like." And so he gave me an early copy of Braid to play, and I played it all the way to the end, and I loved it. Because it was a really good game. And yeah, if you look on... Is it still there? I don't know if it's still there. But for a long time, if you looked at his website... If you look on his website... Does he have it still, or did he take it down? braid-game.com? Let me see. Ah, he took it down. It makes sense. For a long time, though. Maybe we can look in the Wayback Machine. braid-game.com. braid-game.com. Let's try 2012. It was up there for years. Yep, here it is. I will share the link. If you scroll to the very bottom of the critical reception area, it says the end level is fucking ingenious. Gamer Hate. That was my review of his game at the time that I was running Gamer Hate. A website which I don't know. I'm not doing anything with it anymore. I'm just sitting on the domain. Maybe I should do something with it. Ah, Netflix rejection. Gotta love that. Apparently, they are moving forward with other candidates whose experience and skills better align with the lead game designer games role. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. There's no point in responding to this, though, because it's literally a form thing, so no one would even receive a response, as far as I can tell. Anyways, I don't know what to do with Gamer Hate. Thoughts on AI slop? Honestly, I still fail to see any real benefit that comes with the AI as it functions right now. Generating AI art and stuff, I'm firmly against, except for potentially in a prototyping phase. So if you just wanted to have something there as placeholder, I think I'm okay with that. The problem is that it keeps slipping into the game. Like they keep accidentally putting it into the game and it going into the release. Did I go to the poison guy yet? Wait, what the frick? Did I already get the poison one? I think I did. I must have. Yes. All right. What are we at? That's one more stack. All right. Let's see if we can reset one more time and get a little bit more copper ore. But I saw that Sora AI just shut down. So they're not doing video generation anymore. And that is a, what you call it? That's from OpenAI. So they've decided that video generation is not the way forward for them. Ah, too many instances. All right. Let's find some copper out in the world, I guess. It's been so long since I've had to get out of here going the normal way. I almost feel like I should have fought through the dungeon to get out. But there is copper ore mines, ore nodes in here, so maybe I'll run into one or two. One can hope. Oh, piss off. A Paladino? Yes. Yes, AF. This is Drenmore, do you remember? I made him a while back. I'm just getting copper for Zenrai, though, so I'm not really leveling him or doing anything interesting with him, unfortunately. But that means it's easy for me to answer questions in the meantime, so if you have any, let me know. Oh, for frick's sake. Let's see here. Would you stop? That tickles. I'm like talking about all AI content. It's really low quality. Content creators just prompt shit and call it a day. There are also AI companies, which is just sad seeing as people befriend those. Well, it's big industry right now. All of the oh god. All of the major players in AI have decided it's the way forward. So everything from Nvidia to basically everything is AI now, because they've invested so much money into it that they can't really escape it. So they all have doubled down, and now they're cycling money through each other to justify what they're doing. And look, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Yeah, because your Nvidia is giving money to them, and then they're using that to buy Nvidia chips and so forth. It doesn't make any sense in terms of like, yeah, money's flowing around, but it's flowing around the same people. Get off me. The fifth cousin of Uther, Drenmore? That's right. How did you know? Oh, he had 5 course stone on him. Man, maybe killing these guys is worth it. Alright, I don't want tin. Tin's just an inventory clog. How do I get up? I'm guessing I go up this ramp. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of indie, thoughts on Stardew Valley? It's a really good farming game that sort of started a trend in that genre. It's not really my cup of tea, but I understand very much why people like that. Same reason that I think people liked Animal Crossing so much. Which, if you didn't know this, one of the games that Alan Adham and some of the other people were playing while making World of Warcraft was Animal Crossing, and that was the inspiration for the times, having real world times and like day-night cycles and things. Warcraft 3 was the other thing that had some inspiration from that in terms of day-night cycles. I guess it sort of became an obsession at the time as one of those gameplay systems that went around and inspired a lot of interesting esoteric design. And that it certainly made some elements of Warcraft 3 unique, but most people don't even think about it anymore. There's an option to not do farming in Stardew Valley at all. Go on. I'm listening. Oh, AI prototyping is not far off just using someone else's assets for testing anyways. I agree with that. Agree. Professor at my uni said that this was fair use as long as students craft their own assets for final submissions. Yeah. If you want placeholders that are like, you know, more reasonable than, for example, me drawing in paint, then AI is fine for that. But what I found was that trying to prompt to get what I want exactly takes more time than going to, for example, PNG egg and just grabbing something there. Now I'll say that the reason that you might use AI instead of that is that it's a generated asset and therefore you don't have to worry about copyright necessarily. And that might be the reason to use AI instead of placeholders that you grab off the internet. So, because as we saw with Bungie, they were clearly stealing an artist's art, like straight ripping it off, and it was in their files. And because of that, they had to go through and rip all that out. Or actually, I don't even know what their solution was for that. But yeah, they had a whole lawsuit potential on their hands. They paid them off so that wasn't an issue, but could have gotten bad. Could have gotten real bad for them. So if you generate something you want with AI to approximate a look, that's probably safer, legally speaking. But if the AI sampled the same work, then how is that not the same theft? Is my question. And so the problem I have with AI is that it is effectively a laundering machine for stealing people's art. It's a laundering machine for stealing people's art, the same way that Ubisoft probably launders money instead of making games. You can go down in caves and fight creatures like in Diablo or something, I suppose. WoW in general lacks survival elements and RPG stuff. Well, they just added the survival thing, which I think is great. I haven't seen any trees out here yet. Do I now have fine trees? Hold on. Let's put that there. Let's look for trees too. So 4, 6, 4. Simple wood tree. Let's go get... Oh, I don't have the axe. I won't be able to farm it. Also, I don't have enough levels in survival to farm any trees. Okay, so that's a little bit of an oversight there that I didn't think about. What do I need to make? You know what? We're not going to worry about it. Back to getting copper ore for Zenrai. Oh, here we go. Oh, this one's outside. And those are tin. I don't want tin, I just want copper, so. There might be a lot of tin here, but I'm not interested. Bummer. Is it inside? Wait. Where is it then? It's inside, but it appears as though it's outside on the map. That's fucked up. Am I not seeing it? What is going on? Should be right here. No. It must be inside this mountain. Bah! I'm moving on. The mystery of the ghost copper will remain unsolved. Let's see if there's any pumpkin seeds out here, actually. I doubt it. Oh, you're saying, oh, for Stardew Valley that you can go combat mining fishing. There's combat in Stardew Valley? Maybe I didn't give it a fair enough attempt. Maybe I'll go back and try it again. I did not realize there was any combat in the game. I was just a sad farmer in a rainstorm as far as I understood. uh, what the? Oh. Hello. What was that? Wait, she disappeared. Wait. Did I imagine that? No. What just happened? Aha! Oh, it's like instanced? Why is this? Why is there a level 1 fisher? What are you fishing for? That's so weird. I'm tempted to come here and fish then, but maybe later. I'll have to remember that location. Maybe there's something unique about it, and that's why a level 1 fisher is there. I don't know. AI topic. I decided not to use AI. Instead, I learned Krita. Enough for my purpose. Prior to that, I did a case study on geometry and color palettes, which helped a lot later on. I don't know what Krita is, but that's good. Learning tools, always good. That reminds me of that one short on YouTube where a guy making GTA 6 with AI, and it took him about 4 to 5 hours, and AI coded for him the very first iteration of GTA style game. Interesting. I saw someone AI generated a WoW clone with jacked up Tauren models. Everything was all twisted. Well, there's that one guy, Rotera, who programmed WoW in Java. So, I mean, that exists. Is that copper? Yes. Finally. Where are we at? This will be 2 more stacks. I still need more. Maybe I'm trying to do too much and I just need to get through to the next part of survival. Is that ore in the freaking water? God damn it. Do I have swimming? No. Oh, my inventory is a mess again. Should be fine. If you just tried Stardew Valley for like 20 minutes, it's not surprised you missed something. It takes a few in-game days to unlock caves in combat. I see. I think I gave it 2 days, but I convinced myself that I was going to be relatively bored if I continued. Maybe I need to give it a longer chance, but the problem is that I have such a huge backlog of games to get through that it's hard for me to sit there and commit for much more than, you know, like a couple hours per day. And then again, I say that as someone who clearly plays Turtle WoW too much. So take that with a grain of salt, I suppose. I could find the time if I really wanted to, and I probably should for a game like that because it has a track record of success, and also people really seem to love it. So clearly I missed something. Like, very obviously I missed something. Krita is incredible. It's a free Photoshop drawing software similar to how Blender does to Maya. Oh, okay. It's amazing. Just wish my uni didn't practically force Maya on us. Oh, so it's like a Photoshop. Okay, yeah. I use Affinity, but Affinity got bought by Canva, and now I'm not so happy with it. And it keeps trying to sell me AI tools, and I'm like, I don't want to use AI tools. I can cut the image myself, and I can delete the texture I don't need, and I can do all that stuff fine. I don't need an AI to do that for me. Maybe it would save me some time, but I also don't want to pay an additional, like, I paid for the original Affinity photo, like, what was it? $40 for supposedly lifetime support. And now I don't have lifetime support because they sold their fucking company to Canva. And so they continue making Affinity worse and worse. And then trying to upsell you on tools and so forth. I don't know. Software in general has become so commoditized that it's just frustrating to use anything these days. I just want my tools to work and stay consistent in how they work so that when I come back to use the tool again, like which might be months or even a year later, it works the way I remember it so I can quickly get something done. Instead, I have to relearn the tool every time I come back. And that is wasted time and effort, in my opinion. The only thing I hate about Krita is text editing, but I'll live. Kden Live is a free Sony Vegas video editing software. I use DaVinci Resolve for editing videos, and it is it has been consistently good for many, many years, so I'm gonna keep using it. It's from is it Blackmagic? And they make cameras, and so they made editing software for their cameras, and it's just one of the better tools I've used for editing software. And I'm not even that good at editing, but I could probably do a lot more with it if I spent some time and attention. I haven't edited a video in a long time as well, so I don't know, I'm just sort of... That's always a task I wanted to hand off to someone else, but never could find the right person, and don't have the money to pay someone properly anyways, so it feels wrong to even attempt that. All right, let's see. 10 go away. Let's send the gems off to keep us. Yeah, that guy. We'll send the stone to... Oops. Did it send to the wrong person because I did that? I hope not. Send these off to Mumra. Keep us. Actually, just send it all. We'll hold on to that. I feel like one more stack of copper. But then again, I think I'm wrong and I need 2 more, but... Let's go to the survival trainer and get it so that Drenmore can at least chop some simple wood whenever he finds it. And then if I need more copper ore, at least I'll be able to get some simple wood along the way. Foss has lots of great tools. Foss? What's Foss? F-O-S-S. Is that the black magic guys?
What can I do for you?
Train me. All right, he gave me, I already got the skill, so there must be something to make with it already. Survival. Let's put you here. Dim torch. They're still doing that, eh? Unlit pour torch. Give me 20 of those.
Safe travels.
Make 20 of those. I think they're changing this soon, so if you haven't done survival yet, at least do the 1 to 50 torch dance, because otherwise it'll be harder later. Because this is obviously not great. Free and open source software. Free as in freedom, but yeah, costs no money. Oh yes, love it. I wish more things were open source, and I wish tech executives would stop lying about their stuff being open source when it's not. For example, OpenAI is neither open nor is it AI, if you really think about it. Large language models are not technically AI.
Be careful.
They are response state machines based on probabilities, which is not at all a thinking entity of any kind. So it's a bit ridiculous to me that they keep calling it AI. I may as well burn this out till it's green. Do another 20. Doesn't want that item. Yes, you do. Oh, I need that.
Farewell.
This should get me to 20. Oh, it used to get you to 50, so it seems like maybe they nerfed it. It'll probably go gray at 15, I'm imagining. AI is just a .com shenanigan. For the most part, I mean, the LLM large language models stuff, oh, has a purpose. All right.
Hey there.
Whoops. In that it can give you more humanistic responses based on information it's been fed. So far, the only use case for LLMs that I've seen that I like is Notebook LM, which is Google's large language model. But basically, you can give it the information you want. So if I gave it my resume, for example, I gave it my resume and my ludography, and I gave it all the information about me, which is I'm feeding this into an AI, which is probably a terrible idea. But there are some privacy things to consider there. But it's my resume, which is public knowledge anyways, so probably doesn't matter. And then I used the Notebook LLM to look through my work history, which, you know, if you've got 27 years of work history, it's a fucking lot to go through. And then I would generate resumes based on a prompt saying, respond to these things that they're looking for with stuff from my resume that addresses it. And it's done a wonderful job of generating shorter resumes based on just the things they're looking for from my career. So it's actually been, that has been a useful tool for me. Now I don't necessarily know that how they're responding to that, or if like they frown upon
Good one.
AI generated resumes,
Need help?
but it is still my information, so it's not like I'm and you have to read through it because it will hallucinate. And it did on a couple occasions try to hallucinate parts of my career, and I'm like, that didn't happen, or that year is wrong, and I had to adjust. So keep an eye on it. But as far as a first step towards like generating a resume specifically for each job, it does a really good job of that. So I've found a use for AI that is not complete horseshit or theft, because it's only using your information. Though how it was trained is another question, because one of the things it does is it generates infographics based on the information it's been fed. And when it generates those infographics, what art did it train on? I'm assuming that Google paid people, but I don't know. So, you know, no ethical consumption under capitalism ever. The most I use AI is from the search engine to find simple solutions, not much else. The internet had a purpose too. It's all over the place now, except the same for AI, just maybe not literally all the places AI companies want it to be. For now, it can help me solve cron job scripts. It does an interesting job in terms of search. If I'm searching for something specific, it does give AI responses. The thing is, it's hallucinating in those responses sometimes, and it might be hard to recognize if you're not looking for that. So you have to be very careful about using any information it gives you in the immediate AI search results. So instead, I'll look at the AI search results, and then I'll try to find the source that it's coming from, and then I'll try to follow the source. Most of the time, it's been Reddit, because I've been looking for things about Bitcoin mining, because I brought my BitAxe out and I'm just mining some Bitcoin on the side here. Or I'm trying to. Probably won't get lucky because this is just a BitAxe, so it's very low key in terms of how much it can actually do. What are we at here? 2,277 shares. Unable to reach the device. Oh, there we go. Kishef with the gifted membership for Hardzam. Thank you, Kisef. I appreciate that. But you know, if I win the Bitcoin mining lottery and I get 1 Bitcoin, or I think you get 3 now. The mining pool does take 2%, but that would be $210,000. That would be very nice for me. But again, it's like a 1 in 500,000 chance every 10 minutes, so the odds are slim. Slim to none, I would say. All right, what was I doing? Oh, right, I wanted to get survival up enough that I could... all of these want simple wood. That might be a problem, actually.
Hey there.
What do you need in order to... All right, let's just get a wood cutting axe.
See you around.
And let's carry on with our search for copper ore. When do you get this quest? It seems to be available now. Oh. What an easy way to get Angoro soil, actually. I think I sent all of those seeds to Mumra. Let me check on Mumra real quick. Window in a window. Double the gameplay. Did I send all the seeds here? I'm almost certain I did. Uh-huh. Okay. So we just need one of each. We'll send those to Drenmore. Magic mushroom, striped melon, mountain berry, country pumpkin. Send. I'll have to remember that I have them all here. Because I could do this on each character. And that quest seems to be very early on. I think that you only need to learn... Actually, I don't even think you need to learn the survival skill. I remember that it was yellow already. Ugh. I should actually send this to Drenmore. No, that's right. We're not going to worry about it for now. I just remembered and looked it up. In Stardew Valley, you can pick a type of farm customized for preferred gameplay style, and there is indeed a combat farm. Wow. Oh, they sold. Oh, it's only 3 gold. That's a bummer. They sold fast. Where are them seeds at, though? Give me them seeds. So the planters are soulbound. So that's not terribly useful. You reap what you say. Why is it red? It's so weird. Let's just store the spider meat for now. To make more room for farming and whatever else I'm doing here. No, I still need to get copper ore for Zenrai, actually. So I just want to turn in this. And also, it seems to be a very high level quest, so I'm hoping I'll get 2,750 XP. All right, I'll take it. And then I'll send the soil to Zenrai. So now Zenrai has no issues with wait a minute. Oh, 16. Okay. This is soulbound, so I can't send it to Zenrai. That's unfortunate. And it requires 75 survival, so that's not conducive to what I wanted to do. All right, so that didn't help. I'm assuming I can chop trees now, but I'm not sure. Let's go see. So I could play Stardew Valley as a combat farmer. That's interesting. That sounds like a Game Plus situation where you would play through the game once and then you would start it over. Because I don't remember picking a type of farm. But maybe I sort of wasn't paying attention when I did that or didn't understand what I was doing. Let's go over to the, what is this, Jasper Lode? Let's go to the Jasper Lode and see what's over there. I imagine there's copper in great abundance, but I imagine a lot of things, don't I? There were so many updates. Oh, well, it's entirely possible that I played relatively early on and haven't, since I haven't played in so long, I have no idea what's going on. The game is unrecognizable if you tried out version 1.0. Okay, well, yeah, that's good to know. I mean, that's the other issue is like I never want to play games when they come out because they tend to be shit, and then they get so much feedback and change things for the better that I think it would have been better if I had just waited and then played later. Cyberpunk 2077 being a prime example of that. It had so many issues on launch, but I waited, I think, a whole year to play. And then when I did play, it was actually quite smooth. And I didn't have any of the issues that people were roasting CDPR for. I will say it's very much a story on rails. I did not feel like it was a RPG with a lot of freedom, so to speak. And now I hear it's also become a completely different game once again because they did a bunch of updates to the skills and everything, and they fixed some of the economic issues that I ran into when I was playing. Not that I minded, because, you know, taking economy skills is really about breaking the game anyways. There's 2 copper veins right there next to each other. All right. And we should be swapping to look for trees too. Oh my god, I just passed one. Can I chop it? Can I chop it? Oh, I can chop it. All right. Now we have 2 things to hunt for. No Man's Sky took a year to recover. And the thing is, I actually really enjoyed No Man's Sky when it first came out. So I got to the center of the universe in the earlier iteration of the game, and I was fine. Now it's a totally different game, like entirely different, I would say. And I've tried to go back to it, but I think I would need to start over at this point so that I'm not just so confused, which is what I was the last time I played. Because I had like a companion starship and like all this other stuff going on, like one of those ships that you dock into. And when I came back to it, like it had you could build on it and do all this stuff. I was like, what the hell? But No Man's Sky was a good recovery, I would say. And I think that the guy who leads that studio learned a hell of a lot about just saying whatever's coming off the top of your head. Yeah, don't be Molyneux. I think he got it in his head to like that he was selling the game or something. And he just went way out there in terms of the shit he should have been saying. There's a chest. Do I even want it? I'm not so sure. I think this guy looted it already and now it's just full of garbage. What I really want is that tree. No, it was full of stuff. Infantry cloak not collected. Well, now it is. Oh, nice. It's a white and gold. And I can send it to other characters. Journeyman's Stab. Oh, shit. No. It's got a purple tip. Ew. What? No, why would I hunt for undead? Oh my god. This is killing me. Get these baguettes out of here. Alright, there we go. Doesn't want the item. What are they talking about? Why do you need 70 MHP? What? Make developers polish their games before they release? Oh, don't be silly. You pre-order them, you get what you do. I'm pre-ordering games. Stop effing pre-ordering games. The Sean Murray PR was a huge lesson. Yeah, I think he learned that lesson well because, you know, he shut the F up and he went and worked on the game diligently for years now. So, lesson learned, I think. Is this going to be more trouble than it's worth? Let's see. Leave me alone. Wait, where is it? Oh. Oh, there's a little thing in here. I take your candle if I want. Why do you need 70 MHP? What are you talking about? MHP. MHP. Hit points? The hype gets addicting. It can be difficult to stay quiet. For sure, especially if you're excited about your own game. The thing is, he was promising things that weren't yet ready and potentially might never be delivered. Molyneux had the same sort of problem. Still does to this day. But, just leave me alone. Sean Murray, I don't know him personally, but he, at least he figured it out and stopped saying things that his team couldn't necessarily deliver. I've mentioned this before, but I talked to people who worked for Peter Molyneux on Fable, and they were telling me how he would just go on stage and make shit up that no one had ever discussed before with him. And then they would spend the rest of the day in a meeting after whatever press conference or whatever speech Molyneux gave. And the team would get into a meeting immediately after those with a list of all the things he promised that they had absolutely no idea were supposed to be in the game. And they would start discussing how to make those things happen so that he wouldn't look like a big fat liar, because they knew the next thing he would do is come in and say, well, where's this feature? I talked about this feature. It's supposed to be in there. And that's what you get when you let a narcissist run a company, I guess. It's just, they just say shit and expect everyone to jump and through all the hoops to make it happen. I can't imagine. Can't imagine that. That never happened at Blizzard. No one ever promised things that the team hadn't discussed first. In fact, there was a strict don't talk to press policy for all Blizzardites. Oh, why do I need 70 major healing potions? What's funny is I just sold about 6 of them onto the auction house. I don't need them, but for some reason Drenmore became my storage point for them because he can use them now. So I figured I'll just send it to him, and then if I do need it, he's got it. But whenever Zenrai runs out of a stack, I'll send him back. But Zenrai doesn't even use more than like 2 or 3 in any raid situation. So this pumpkin patch, it looks like these might provide seeds, but I don't think they do. Let's see. No, these are small pumpkins. Ripe garden pumpkin? Is this different from that one? No, these are both the same. What do you give? Okay, the ripe garden pumpkin is the one that gives the seeds. Okay, that's good to know. So this one did have the seeds, but when I first came here with Kinra, there were no seeds left. So I assumed someone had just cleaned it out. And I did sit there with Zenrai at a melon one, and it was more than 15 minutes for them to respawn. So that was quite telling. I don't know if these are spawning more frequently or I'm just the lucky one who stumbled upon it as they were available. This guy's hardcore. Here you go, buddy. Good luck. Actually, here. Oh, he's too low level. That's unfortunate. That would have been even better. If I could have put Blessing of Sanctuary on him. He would have smoked everything in this zone. Ripe pumpkins. Okay, so ripe pumpkin gives small pumpkin. But ripe garden pumpkin gives seeds. Interesting. All right, good to know. Now I know knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. I'd like to get more copper ore still, but maybe I have enough. I've lost track of how many stacks I've sent to Zen right now. Thoughts on playable goblins? They are playable. What do you mean? You can be a goblin now. I think it's great. I want to see playable ogres too. And high elves are already on their proper place on the alliance. And what other races would be added? And I'd still like to see the entire thing with like the Forsaken being their own faction, or rather, the Scourge being its own faction. And separating them from the Alliance and the Horde as like a evil faction they both want to fight against. Paladin, Heaven? Okay. Okay, Torch. I'm just farming with him. So I'm not doing anything exciting with this Paladin. Nothing exciting in the least. Just so you're aware. Though I should be hunting for these simple wood. We've only got 14 so far. Do you think the starting zone would... No, there's no way. Can I do a tour in Ambershire? I don't play on Ambershire, so I don't know how I would do a tour there. Playable ogres will steal the most rare playable race from goblins and gnomes. What? What do you mean? Are you saying that no one would want to be an ogre? Come on. Ogres are cool. And then you could be, maybe we could actually do that original idea for the Ogre Magi where two players play one character. If you believe it was a good idea, you know what would be awesome? Playable two-headed ogres. Hey! You said the same thing I was talking about. You got to log with your friend and you were both in control. Yes, I know. Ogre Magi is a great old idea. Like that's one of the ideas we had during the development phase of World of Warcraft. For obvious reasons, it never really happened. And I think you can imagine what those reasons are. But in terms of being the most rare playable, Ogre Magi would 100% be it. Ambershire, the town in Northwind? Oh, you want to go to Ambershire? Oh, I see. Yeah, we can go over there. It probably has simple wood. Probably. Or would it... What level is that area? Maybe not. The question is, did Drenmore go to Ambershire? I'm not sure. Excuse me. There's a dragon shed. You can do that in HOTS, just pick Cho'Gall. Is it really 2 players playing the same character? That's awesome if they did that. Do you know there's a 2-headed ogre as a playable character in Heroes of the Storm? I did not know that. It's functioning and it's awesome. Well, I wish that Blizzard would do that in Retail WoW then. Since they did it in HOTS, why don't they do it in Retail WoW? If they can innovate in some of their games, why can't they innovate in all of their games? What are they doing? Ambershire, let's go. Why are they holding back? What's stopping them? I actually know what's stopping them. They're afraid. They're afraid of screwing it up. We're going to throw it out there and you can judge, but I think female goblins are cute. That's fine. What's wrong with that? Because one player is cursed to push spells and never go anywhere since he's attached to the legs. I know, but that's like sort of, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to be managing the spells. I don't care where I'm going. I suppose the problem would be that everything becomes a target for my spells at that point. It's going to be a logistical nightmare, like a married couple in game night. I know, but how much fun would it be? And like, you're freaking Blizzard in your retail, why not? Do the fun thing. Like, isn't that the point at this stage? Like, you already control the MMORPG market effectively. So do the unique fun stuff that is unique to Warcraft, that if other people copy would be obviously stupid. Like a 2-headed ogre magi. Playable ogres. I mean, EverQuest had playable ogres. And they still didn't do it for some reason. So many disappointments. What could have been. And the Turtle WoW was a shining example of what could have been. If they just frickin' built the world of Azeroth instead of trying to get money out of people through expansions. And if you do an expansion, oh, you need to have another 10 levels, and you need to have this and that, and all your gear is now obsolete, so you have to go grind in the new area. Turtle WoW adds a zone like Ambershire, which is lower level than my main, but not only do I come here to explore it with my main and do all the little quests, because that's what's fun about WoW, is like all those little quests and getting new stuff and like unique experiences. But it's just beautiful to look at. Like, it's just a nice zone. A nice zone without any trees, but a nice... Did they forget to put trees in? No mines either? What level is this area? 29. It's probably too high for me to farm trees here, actually. And I don't think they'll have copper. This place is super chill, and it has some of the funniest quests as well. Let me see if I have any... I have one quest space. Why did I fall off my horse? If you come here, go to Grimmin Lake. Here it is on the map. Yeah. And it has my favorite thing in the world, which is a hidden cave under a waterfall. I love that. I'm sure I've talked about it in the past. And inside there's a wounded duck, and this is where you get the duck het. And yeah, you have to do it on all your characters. Wait, what? Oh, did I already do it? I don't think I did. Did I come to this area? I don't remember. Oh, it's Billy. Yeah, yeah. I did do this quest. Anyways, that's the duck that starts the quest to get you Billy, who is the noisiest little butthole friend you'll ever have. Billy looking at his past self. Billy should float on the water though. It's a little upsetting that he's a duck and he's underneath. Poor Billy. What's your thoughts on the EverQuest that got announced where it's remastered can be played solo? If Daybreak doesn't add a sub fee, I might try it. I don't know, that's interesting. I don't know that I would want to play it solo. I think it would kind of ruin it. I'd rather play EverQuest 1999 than that. Which, by the way, Sony licenses EverQuest servers. Blizzard. Idiots. We're at the point where MMORPGs are getting a remake remaster treatment for the modern age. It's a bit weird. No pet fish? No. I don't have a pet fish for Drenmore, but I do have the baby shark on Zenrai. And I have a variety of turtles, I think. Snow frog. I only have one turtle? Well, that's disappointing. And Billy, but Billy's the best boy, so I don't need any other pets, really. Once you have Billy, you have everything. Guild Wars got a re-release? Guild Wars Reforged? Oh, yeah. I should play that, too. I really liked Guild Wars. It's just, when I think back on it, it doesn't have the class fantasy that WoW does, so I have strong memories of Guild Wars, of the world of Guild Wars, but I don't have strong memories of my character in Guild Wars, which is not a good sign for a RPG. It's pretty crazy Guild Wars 1 is getting updates now. I think it's awesome. Because here's the thing, the Stop Killing Games movement has made every... Oh, Brightwood trees. No, I can't chop those. Those are way too high level. Alright, so now we know. Alright, let's just send this stuff to Zenrai. And hope we have enough. I don't remember. I've completely lost track of how many copper I needed at this point. In Guild Wars 1 you can multi-class. It's awesome. Yes. I would enjoy that thoroughly, I think. I liked it in FF14, and I did enjoy my time with FF14, but the main story sequence thing is such a slog. Like, it's just so bad. Like, oh my god. Once I got into the 50s and it was just sending me back and forth on this mindless crap, and the like, even though it was voice acted, the acting was so terrible and the dialogue was so poorly written that I just could not take it anymore. So I sort of gave up around level 50. Up until that point, I was mostly having fun with the game. I especially liked being able to swap between classes and how the dungeons weren't particularly punishing in terms of, like, you can make mistakes and it's not too bad. But man, that main story sequence was so bad. Guild Wars, on the other hand, Guild Wars 2 anyways, I didn't play Guild Wars 1. The world was so nice, and like, it had such a good vibe. And I really enjoyed exploring that world and just running around in the dungeons, and I loved the jumping puzzles, and I loved the secret pirate cove. Like, I loved all that stuff. So I'm much more forgiving that some parts of it were not necessarily the best. Oh, no, we need to send this to Zenrai. I think I won't have enough simple wood, but I think I will have enough simple wood at this point to make enough planters to do what I need to get the nutrition stuff done so I can progress on survival. So let's go back to Zenrai. I like Final Fantasy aesthetics and the game is fine, but the story without co-op is what kills it. The FF14? Or you mean FF in general? The main story is just a JRPG. It's a lolcalization issue too. Yeah, that's what I suspected. the players who know Japanese are a bit ticked at the difference in context and acting delivery in the Japanese dub. I imagine they would be, because a lot of times it's a rush job to get the English version done, and then the voice actors don't get enough context to understand what they're voice acting, and that's never a good. You don't want to be in that situation as a voice actor. And then the problem is like the person doing the what you call it, directing the voice acting doesn't necessarily know how to explain certain things to them, and it can be quite the mess. I think maybe did I go overkill? Actually, no. I think I don't have enough. All right, we have enough soil for sure now. That's all the copper ore. Okay, fine. I believe I have enough to make the amount I need here, because I technically only need these 2 sets. But maybe I'll safety it by doing 6. And do I need more sour mountainberry? I don't think I do. 3, 6. So I need 5, 10. I only need 10. I think. All right, let's just make planters until I can't and see what happens. Wait, what? Where is it? Simple wooden planter. Oh, right, copper bolts. All right, copper bolts. 149. This. There's one right here. Oh, a blacksmith hammer. Jesus. You liked your time being a paladin in FF14, respect to Yoshi P? Me too. It was the one time I didn't play rogue. Did I really forget to do this? Oh, shoot. Oh, no, it's still got 13 hours on it. Okay, good. It looked like it was ready. Oh, because I'm not using Super WoW. Okay, that's why. Understood, understood. All right, is this going to run us out of room, though? I think that might be a problem as well. Oh. Going to Guild Wars 1, if you do consider it, is more of a Diablo game with a focus on skills and being tactful than gear, treadmill, WoW gameplay loops. Okay, that's interesting. Probably not interested then. I think, yeah. Do you still do weekly furball hunting? I haven't this week because... Oh, I already sent it away. Because in Moonwhisper Coast, there's a new, better than Firewater, called something brew. Black something brew? What is it called? Shoot. I don't remember. I've already sent it all away, so I'd have to look it up. But it stacks to 20 now, so it takes up half the inventory space of Firewater. So going forward, I will be farming in Coast, Moonwhisper Coast for raids. Because getting 20 stacks of the same Firewater in one slot is way superior. Did you know anyone who worked on Guild Wars 1? Personally, I don't know, actually. It was so long ago. I know Mo O'Brien. I know who he was, but I didn't know him personally. He made the Warcraft 3 engine, so of course I know who he was. But when he left Blizzard, I don't know if other Blizzard people went with him. So no one I knew did. So I wouldn't say that I knew any of the people who worked on Guild Wars 1 personally. Thoughts on Torchlight and Torchlight 2? They were good Diablo-esque games, but I think they just didn't really find their footing in terms of their world wasn't interesting enough. Like when I think of Torchlight, nothing really comes to mind. I'm like, dungeon delving with a torch. Like, that's not a good position to be in terms of marketability. You remember some ex-Blizzard devs who worked on an earlier version of Warcraft 3 couldn't agree with the direction of the game, went to make Guild Wars. Yeah, that was Mo O'Brien. What happened was that there was a fundamental disagreement on the direction of Warcraft 3 in terms of like RPG versus RTS. Mo O'Brien wanted to go more RPG, and Pardo wanted to go more RTS. And ultimately, Pardo won and Mo O'Brien left the company. So it was one of Blizzard's greatest losses. And we don't know what Warcraft 3 would have been with Mo O'Brien still there. So we can't really say whether it was a net negative or positive. We just know that what we got is the Warcraft 3 that we all cherish. So it's hard to be... So it was a missed opportunity, but Mo O'Brien went on to make Guild Wars 1 and 2, so I think it was a net positive overall anyways. Blizzard North still sad about how it all went down? Yeah. I mean, it was dumb. It was really dumb, and I think Mike Morhaime was too harsh in how it was handled as well. I don't think that was... I imagine that's one of his regrets. I imagine that's one of his regrets in terms of how that was handled. But yeah, Blizzard North being its own entity was an important thing for the Diablo franchise, I think. Because once they became part of Blizzard, not South, but just Blizzard, once they became absorbed, I think we lost a lot of independent thinking, and that's not good. That's not good. Which is why largely I think that studios that get purchased by larger companies, it would be smarter if they stayed mostly independent in terms of how they operate on a day-to-day basis. But of course, every CEO wants total control, so you'll never see that happen. You wanted a best of both worlds. I wanted something like Spellforce, but with Blizzard, a Blizzard take. Yeah, I mean, it could have ended up that way. We'll have to see. Hi, bye. Hi, bye. What the heck? Why does everyone have numbers after their name? Torch, do you see numbers after your name? Did you put those there? I always feel like I'm talking to bots when I see those numbers, though. It's a little disconcerting. Oh. The initial claymation art direction for Diablo still intrigues you? I'm imagining it look a bit like the Neverhood. No, if you want to know what it was based on, there's a movie called... Attack of the Argonauts? The Argonauts? What's it called? There's an old movie that had claymation from like the original claymation master guy. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Claymation skeleton Argonauts. Oh, misapplication. Articulated stop-motion puppets with metal armatures. Jason and the Argonauts. That's it. If you look up on YouTube, Jason and the Argonauts, you will find the scene with the skeletons. That was the thinking, or that was like part of the thinking of what Diablo would look like. Good movie? Yeah, it's just on YouTube. No, not Wallace and Gromit. Jason and the Argonauts. Look that up, and there's a skeleton fight scene, and that's sort of, I believe, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I remember some discussion about it. I believe that was sort of the thinking behind the original, like, Diablo claymation thing. I think that was the thought process behind it. The other game that came out around that era that was very popular was a fighting game whose name eludes me, but it was a claymation fighting game, so I'm pretty sure you could find it just by looking up claymation fighting game. Why don't I just do that? Claymation fighting game. Clay Fighter. Yeah, that was it. If you look up Clay Fighter, that might have also been a potential inspiration. But I'm pretty sure it's the scene with the skeletons and Jason the Argonauts that sort of inspired the idea of a Diablo stop motion. Or a stop motion style for Diablo. But ultimately that didn't happen, so who knows? Alright, next up. Simple wooden plant. 18, eh? So we'll have 19 simple wooden planters. That is simply not enough, is it? 5, 10, 15. I guess 15 is enough, and we'll do an additional 5 mushrooms. And it should be fine. And since they're no longer unique 5, we should be able to plant as many as we want. Clay Fighter for the Nintendo 64. Well, it was in the arcades. Clay Fighter in the arcades at the time. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know exactly where the inspirations were coming from, but we're talking about the, what, mid-1990s? Somewhere around there. When did Diablo 1 come out? It was 1998? I'm getting old, so all of time is mixing together. Diablo 1 release date. 1997, that's right. The year before. Oh, officially released in 1996. Oh, December 31st, 1996. So basically 1997. The year before I worked at Blizzard. Which is funny because I joined Blizzard based on my Macintosh experience to work on the Diablo for Mac. And then StarCraft for Mac. Clay Fighter on the N64 is worth like $2,000 these days. Is it that rare? Jesus age. Well, that's interesting. Oh my god, this is taking forever. Oh no, they only stacked to 5? Oh, that's fine. It's still better than before, that's for sure. All right. Let me ask my daughter if she wants food. Interesting. She's been talking about this chicken for a couple days now, so I'm pretty sure she'll like it, even though she's not responding. How am I doing with the rogue changes? They're fine. Nothing really changed. Oh, shoot. What happened? Oh, I ran out of simple wood. That's it? I only got... Wait a minute. How did I miscalculate so poorly? Oh, they're there. Okay. Okay, so we've got that. And then I actually don't know if they changed the gardening process. Fertile and watered soil. Do I not have to use soil anymore? Is that what they're telling me? I'm worried. Okay. Maybe we can find a little bit more simple wood in Duratar while we, Oh, fucking hell. I forgot. I bound myself in Mulgore so that I could... Why did I bind myself here? Wait. You can farm here, I think. Oh, look at Shagu. Hey, Shagu, what's up? Smoking the old peace pipe. Nice. All right, what was I doing? I think this is... Oh, this is theirs. So in theory, I can make my own. Let's see. I'm just not sure which area is considered fertile soil. Like, if could I go this direction, maybe? Let's try and plop one. No, wait, we need water first. So hold on.
How may I aid you?
Cabbage seed. What the hell is this? Out of pure curiosity, I'm going to make one cabbage. And, why don't you have water on you? Like, what the fuck? Justice for Shagu? Yeah, no kidding. Blizzard naming him in the lawsuit was fucking insane. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. It just shows how deeply incompetent they were in this whole matter. And still are. So let's see. If I'm going to make 5, 10, 15, 19, I need double the water. Whoops. Double, not that. Right? Yeah. All right. So 40 it is. Now every land is considered as fertile soil? Really? So I could plant these anywhere. Like I just be like, yeehaw. Oh, it seems so. All right. Well, then I can go find a private corner to do this in. I don't want to do it too far away though. Maybe just right over here. No one seems to be bothered by it. Striped melon. We'll start with those. We want to do 5, I think. 2. They knew Turtle had better ideas for a classic plus, while Blizzard will just change a tooltip and move a bush. If you're lucky. What they'll do is they'll monetize the ever-living crap out of you. Sell you level boosts and all sorts of other stupid shit that ruins the experience for everyone. I don't know why. Why they even bother at sometimes. But, well, no, it's for money. That's why. That's why they bother. This is the pattern that works for me, by the way, is to, like, you drop the planter, you back up until you can make another one, which, by the way, they seem to be able to be planted a lot closer to each other than before. And then you drop the seed in while you're building the next one. And now I don't have the unfortunate step of having to wait for crafting 5 additional ones, which was so annoying. So freaking annoying. Unbelievably annoying. But, you know, whatever. It was what it was. It was a way to get cheap 10 agility food. But now I need to do the stupidest shit to get 20 agility food. And I'm not looking forward to that. But we will be, at some point, fishing a lot. Like, a lot. An unbelievable amount. So there's this opinion going around that Arthas has done nothing wrong in Stratholme. Do you agree? No, of course not. I did an entire video saying why he was wrong. and how it's absolutely insane to think that he did nothing wrong. Like, absolutely insane. I can't believe anyone actually believes that. It's a struggle for me to believe that anyone other than a fictional character believes that Arthas did nothing wrong at the Culling of Stratholme. Because everything in the story indicates that what he was doing was wrong. And then people have to do incredible mental gymnastics to justify it. But either way, as I have been pointing out recently, it's interesting that the same people who claim Arthas did nothing wrong at the Culling of Stratholme are also the same people pushing the idea that the collateral damage of children dying in the wars that are ongoing right now is a-okay because, you know, they're lesser people or they're terrorists. So F those motherfuckers. They can all suck a big fat D. Blizzard is nowadays aimed at only at making money as much as possible, since they know the product is at its decline and soon will die out due to them bleeding it dry for years. Well, that's the thing. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're bleeding the product dry rather than actually doing something creative with it, yeah, of course, it's going to die. Because you're killing it. They're murdering it before our very eyes. Less and less people are enjoying retail all the time. And even when they say, like, oh, it's a return to form, it evaporates pretty quickly because you don't get that social experience anymore that drew you in the first place. And new players coming in have the worst experience imaginable. It's like just terrible. Well, I like that I can farm shit anywhere now. This is nice. Not so restricted. Arthas contributed to the Scourge by killing them anyway? Precisely. Among many other things that, like, the thing about the culling that people seem to miss is it wasn't really about defeating Melganis at that point, as much as it was exerting power over the powerless. And defeating Melganis became the, like, justification for doing that. And that's why it's such a horrendous step onto the path of evil. Like, it's a real... Can you find justifications? He did. He justified it in his head. He had a justification for doing what he did. That doesn't mean that it's okay. The same way that we hear on the news justifications for all the shit that's currently going on. That doesn't mean it's right. That makes me wonder, I know games are fiction and all, but did it not leave a bad taste in your mouth at the time to design a mission in which Prince was murdering civilians? My original vision of the culling, I wanted you to feel bad. And there's a number of things in there that I had to cut because there were complaints that people felt too bad about doing it because you have to do it. But I wish that we had kept them in. So, for example, when you break into the houses, they cry and they weep and they gnash their teeth and they go, I thought you were our prince. And, like, there's all these voice lines associated with it that I had to cut. There used to be children who you had to mass murder as well. I had to remove those. And also, welcome. Thank you, Hi Bye. You are a true supporter of the channel now. You have access to the members-only videos. There's a few that might be of interest. I don't know. If you're interested about my life in Thailand, there's some live streams from that. And you can learn about God Among Man, which is the game I'm working on, though I really need to work on it more. But right now I want to play WoW, so what can I say? So yeah, the way that I approached the Culling of Stratholme, and the reason that I was so eager to do it, is because it's such an interesting thing to have the player doing something horrible. And I felt that my purpose in that moment was to make them feel bad. I wanted them to have more empathy for the people that were being murdered than for Arthas himself. And unfortunately, I had to water it down and water it down until we got what we got. It's still there, like you can still feel it. But it's not quite as impactful as I had hoped it would be, and a lot of people came away with it with the wrong message, because one of the things that is so interesting about video games is that you are complicit in the actions of your character. You are actively participating in destroying things and killing things and doing things. But most people don't ever think about it, and I really wanted people to think about that in the culling, because that's the whole point of the mission. The mission is called The Culling because Arthas sees his people as cattle at that point. That's the transition onto the path of evil. But the point was missed by quite a few people, and I still sometimes get flamed for it. But now, with current events, it's much easier to push back against them and go, well, what do you think about these people over here in this country? Do you see the similarities? No, because they're not zombies. And I'm like, but any one of them could potentially become a terrorist, right? At any moment. And now they have to think about it. And a lot of them seem to come to the wrong conclusion on that, which is even more shameful, but I don't know what to do about that. You are welcome, Amazing Kazoo Guy. Yeah, there's a lot of my old videos just don't come up in the algorithm ever again, but a lot of them have a lot of interesting takes. One of them is the Ask Me Anything series about Warcraft 3, and if you have any curiosity about the development of Warcraft 3 or any questions regarding that, that series is so comprehensive. Like, I think I answered it was at least 100 questions. Was it 100? I think it was at least 100 questions. So it needs soil. Okay, good. The next one's going to be water. If it's the same, I'll be okay. Hopefully it's not something totally different, and then I'm like, I don't have the thing and I'll be screwed. That would make me sad. The culling was your brother and yours favorite instance? Ah. Oh, you mean the dungeon? Yeah, the dungeon's pretty cool. And it sort of proves the point that Arthas killing all those people did nothing to change the fate of Stratholme. Sorry for kind of triggering you. No, it's fine, because you started mentioning real war and politics. I suppose for you there's just a lot of emotion surrounding this topic. Well, I did spend 2 years now defending my position. And the irony is that I wasn't attacking anyone when I originally gave my take on the culling. I was just explaining the thought process behind it and what the mission's meaning was for us. And someone sent it to a certain streamer, and that streamer's entire community came for me for about 2 years. And it was very annoying, because they weren't there to actually have a discussion about it. They were there to state their opinion as fact and shit on me. That's what they were there to do. So, you know, that's never a good situation to be in. And then when I would approach them in earnest and explain why I had taken my position and why they were probably incorrect in their assumptions about what the culling means or what could have been done, and what the outcomes of those would have been, they would just shit on me and they would denigrate my entire career. So it was a very frustrating experience that I don't want to repeat. So I won't name anything. I won't name any of the parties involved, but yeah, I hope I don't ever cultivate a toxic community. And I want to state outright that if I ever have a disagreement with some other streamer or something like that, or I state an opinion, don't be in a rush to attack someone who has a different opinion from mine. It's not going to bother me. And it's okay for people to be wrong on the internet. It honestly is. You seem very well headed and well spoken about your convictions. Well, it's the thing is I was just explaining how we did it. What the point was, what the story implications are, what the narrative is. I'm explaining the behind the scenes of Warcraft 3 and how everything came together. And some people didn't want to accept that the story is what it is. Like the story of Arthas is very clear. Like he was rash, hot-headed. He would jump into situations before he fully thought through what the consequences of his actions were. And that's a story point that's repeated throughout in the earliest missions. And by the time he gets to the culling, it's almost a foregone conclusion that he's going to be doing the wrong thing. But whatever. It's water under the bridge for me. It's a game I worked on over 25 years ago. So if people don't want to hear it, that's fine. And if they don't like that answer and they don't like what it actually was, that's not my problem. That's on them. They can hate it now if they want. Hey, KT. Going okay. Doing some farming, trying to get my survival skill up. You can now farm anywhere, which is great. And these planters are no longer unique 5. They stack up to 5, but you can have as many as you want. So farming is going to be a lot easier. I don't know how much farming I'll actually end up doing in the future. It largely depends on how easy it is to get, or what I'll be making with it. We'll see. I'm just making the bare minimum to get through on survival for now, though. To put yourself out there on the internet takes patience, and getting shit on is to be expected sooner or later. Yeah, that's true. I stream sometimes, so I know you shouldn't let haters trigger you. I wasn't necessarily triggered so much as I was frustrated that no matter how I explained it, they just would find a way to shit on me more. And at some point I figured out that they weren't really there to have a discussion. They were there to shit on me and get a reaction out of me. Or make me into a lol cow as I saw it. So I just stopped responding at that point, which makes me sad because I try to respond to everything because I really like to explain things. But at a certain point, they're not there for the explanation. They're there to state their opinion as fact and then shit on anything I say. Which, you know, that seems to be a large part of the internet these days, and I don't like it very much at all. You've made like 12 gold on Ambershire selling copper and simple wood? Yeah, they are in high demand. I literally farmed on my Paladin for like an hour before this just to get the copper myself. Anyone play on the PvP server that needs some help? I don't know. Who's on Telebeam? I have a hunter on Telebeam, but I never play her. I think she's like level 15 or 20 or something. Friends and I will play normies there, so it's a nice head start. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it is. The timers are still freaking long as F. They could have sped this up a little bit. I mean, come on. It's fine. It's fine. Normally I'd be fishing and doing other stuff, or actually planting so many planters that by the time I get to the end of all the planters, I would be doing the first one again. In this case, I just want to get through to the next survival thing. In order to do that, I have to make 15 nutritious rations. So they spawn in 3s. So 5 times 2 is 10. So I need 10, 10, and 10. Hopefully, each one of these gives at least 2, and then I'll have enough. The only thing that I hate about this is that I have to make these nutritious rations first. So I should have skilled up on these, but I got stuck because I didn't know the simple wooden planter was earlier because it's a separate quest. So bear that in mind. I have not tried ice fishing, but I saw that there's a way to make a hole. I don't know how it works. Timers are on 7 minutes each? Okay. Well, the goal is to plant enough planters that by the time you finish planting the last planter, the first one is ready for the next stage, and then you're just running down the line. So if I'm going to do this again, that's what I'm going to plan for. The chicken is on the way. We need a lot more simple wood, though, if we're going to get through the rest of these magic mushroom spores. I'll save it for another day. Because who knows? Maybe there's a better farming method. Actually, I don't even know if the mushrooms give you what I want anymore. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Hey, Dave, it reminds me, wasn't it you who disliked Final Cinematic and Reign of Chaos? If yes, how would you change it? Oh, yeah. Well, because it looks like he's being attacked by sperm. That's all. It just doesn't look. Once you hear that, which by the way, I didn't come up with that. Someone else did. They were like, "Oh, he's being attacked by sperm," and after I saw it, I was like, "Oh, now I can't unsee." But I think okay. Originally, I think it would have been better if they like channeled the spirits into a beam or something, like a beam that just punches a hole through him or something. I think that would have been a little better. But I guess they wanted to use the wisps because the wisps are ancient night elf spirits. I don't know. You'd have to ask Joey Ray Hall that, since he was the cinematic director at the time, right? I love how complete strangers try to school me on social media about Turtle WoW allegedly being shut down. The audacity. Freaking Blizzard whales. Yeah, no kidding. Well, we'll just have to wait and see how the lawsuit goes. You're welcome. Leveling was probably one of the best times I've ever had on WoW. That's the thing, like, Turtle WoW still understands that experience. Blizzard does not. Blizzard gives you all sorts of ways to skip leveling, which is like antithetical to what the game is really supposed to be about. Because if you don't level up and slowly learn your class and go through that experience, you miss out on everything that makes the game like cool, in my opinion. I have no idea what this cabbage is going to be. I'm very curious. It's getting bigger. All right, great. Like, it's funny how they miss the point on their own game. I don't understand how that happens. I guess I do understand how it happens. It becomes about monetization. And that's the thing. If all of your monetization takes place at the end stage, when you're max level, that's when people buy mounts and things. I guess it makes sense that they would try to rush you to the end stage of the game. But then you haven't built this connection to the world or the character at that point. So why would I spend money on a game I haven't built a connection with? Whatever. Yeah, money ruins everything. It really does. As soon as money becomes the focus, the point of the game is lost. Because you're not thinking about the experience anymore. You're thinking about how to get money out of people. And that's not a good thing. We need to move on to our Star Trek future where it's a cashless society and people just do what they want, you know? Dare to dream. Instead, every dystopian fiction is coming true. It's just insane. Like every tech CEO is like jonesing for the most dystopian version of the future imaginable. And then they like give lip service to Star Trek, but yet they copy 1984. It's like, and Brave New World and the Terminator. Like, I swear they watched every episode of Black Mirror and thought, this is great. This is exactly what we want. I don't understand. I do understand, but I don't. We are at the apex of all the worst timelines, it appears. Like we're supposed to be living in this futuristic utopia, the world's at peace, travel is, you know, we've got flying cars or public transit that takes us anywhere in seconds. China is living in the future more than the US is at this point. Because China has all sorts of crazy public transit and bullet trains and stuff going everywhere. And robots doing all the cleaning and stuff. While the creatives get to do creative stuff. And then in the US, it's like, we're firing 1,000 people because AI. All right, I'll say this. Sweeney Tom, what's his name? Todd Sweeney? What? Hold on. CEO of Epic Games. Singapore is really something. Tim Sweeney. I'm going to call him Sweeney Tim because he's the mass murderer of the game industry at the moment. Just, he fired 1,000 people and he's saying it's not AI, it's because Fortnite didn't make enough money, but they had $6 billion in revenue last year. So what are they spending that $6 billion on? Like, where's that money going? I'm quite curious. Sweeney Todd is the movie with the barber who kills people. But the name of the CEO is Tim Sweeney, and so Sweeney Tim, because he just murdered 1,000 people. 1,000 people's jobs, not the actual people themselves. But, you know, in America, it's as good as being dead if you can't find another job quickly enough. Because your healthcare is attached to your job. And if your healthcare lapses, then they can start playing games with, like, pre-existing conditions and stuff. Super fun. Super fun living in the US. Just kidding. It's not. And I don't, because I don't want to die there. Anyways. He's making pies out of people? Sort of. Keyword pockets, indeed. What? I'm just hoping that well, here's the problem. The amount of layoffs has not gone down since the it's looking like 2026 is going to have more layoffs than 2025. 2025 had slightly less than 2024, but 2024 was the record. So going down from there is not a big deal since the bar was set so freaking high. But 2026 is looking like it might have more layoffs than 2024, even if it keeps going at this rate. So we'll have to see. But that means all those people are in the job market again, competing for less and less positions. So you're going to see really great game developers exit the industry. In fact, I was looking at my LinkedIn feed. Some of these guys who got let go from Epic are like freaking legends. Monty Kroll, who worked on WoW, by the way, and Warcraft 3. He's actually the voice of the Goblin Sapper in Warcraft 3. He got let go. As did a guy named Raj, who was he was one of the 3D artists for Oddworld Stranger's Wrath, and he was an amazing artist, and he got let go. Like, Jesus, what is this market? If this level of developer is losing their jobs, holy shit. I hope people look at the downfall of Ubisoft and draw the right conclusions. They will not. Ubisoft is mostly a money laundering as far as I'm concerned. That's my impression of their company. I don't think they make games to make games. I think they make games to write off losses and so they can launder money from their various studios around the world. Because all those studios are not making games. How many games do they release a year? But they've got like 15 studios. Like, doesn't make any sense. When every service and every product is going to be created by AI and robots, I wonder who's going to buy those services and products. Corporations seem to miss the point that workers are also customers. That's why they want to do tokenization. Because they control the tokens. You use the tokens to get the robots to do whatever tasks. And then you get nothing. You get no money. So you can't do anything except for whatever they approve. And then they have total control over the economy. They have total control over you, what you can purchase. Like, it's so doomed. It's so freaking doomed. Like, I can't even imagine. You can't even imagine how doomed we are. So freaking doomed. I'm gonna go grab this food. I know I'm grabbing food here, but I'm a little bit worried about them disappearing while I'm going to get this. I guess I can wait till I see them on the cameras. I think I got more than enough. Uh-oh. Is it sweet watermelon or juicy watermelon that I need? I'll be right back. All right, got the food. Where was I? You grew up with Splinter Cell and Ghost Recon series? It's sad that it's gone away. Guess the government contracts ran. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they weren't seeing the numbers they wanted from people coming in from, or people playing the game going into the military. What the hell is that? 6 stamina and spirit. It's just a low-level food, I guess. Strange. Hardened mushroom. Power mushroom. Okay. And these are plus 20. All right, so these are the same. And 25 stamina. That's good. I'm a little bit worried about juicy versus sweet. I don't remember which one I needed, and I... Stamina and spirit. Alright. I know that tips in Japan is a strict no-go cultural take. How does it go in Thailand? Do you give out tips? Yeah, I tip all the time. Like 20 baht is considered a good tip. That's less than $1. So I usually tip at least 30 baht and sometimes up to 50 baht, especially for delivery drivers, because the gasoline right now is kind of insane. So I can't imagine that's making them want to deliver food very much right now. All right, let's look at the recipe we need. Nutritious rations, so I can make 9 of them, but I don't need 9. I need 5. Okay, it's juicy watermelon and plump country pumpkin. So I got more than I needed. Perfect. We can put the rest in the auction house for a lot of money, I imagine. So in this case, we're tipping 30 baht, which is about $1. Which for me doesn't mean much, but means a lot for people here. Arg. Is it okay to play TWoW in the US? What do you mean by okay? Who's going to stop you? There's a lot of people who claim that Blizzard will shut down your YouTube or copyright claim you if you play Turtle WoW. That has not been the case. That has not been the case. All right, we've got the nutritious rations, but that's just part of the quest. What's the next part? I gotta eat this food, though. Are you guys okay with a mukbang? I don't know how I'm gonna do both of these at the same time. Savory fishing lure. I already made those. Shit. It's the vine cutters that I need to make. And 10... No, I had this tropical 6, didn't I? All right, guys. I think I'll take a break. You don't want to watch me eat. I don't think that's the thing. And I'm gonna watch some YouTube or something anyways. So wow, everyone's here. Everyone's farming. Holy crap. All right, that's pretty cool actually. I like that. I like that a lot. Communities are forming around farming. We're gonna have to create a farmers co-op. All right. They cannot stop people who unalive other people in the US, cannot do anything against certain outlawed substances, and you're here asking if it's okay to play a private server in a country. We tune in to watch you eat. You do not tune in to watch me eat. And that is a little bit disturbing to me if you do. All right, fine. You want to watch me eat? Fair. Hold on. I gotta give some of this to my daughter. Here's some fried chicken in here. Delicious. I'll be right back then. My daughter's nocturnal now. That's not good. She's out of school for the moment, so... Do you play Turtle WoW? What do you mean? If anyone here doesn't play Turtle WoW, I'd be surprised. I guess there's a few who don't. We're just here for the vibes. Some Warcraft 3 fans as well. I don't know what to tell them though, because there's no good news for Warcraft 3 anymore. They are doing something. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be so pessimistic. We'll see what they do at BlizzCon. This will be the first BlizzCon in a while, and they've hinted at stuff. I don't know what'll happen. But we'll see. It can't all be bad, right? Crap. I don't have proper Netflix. Have I heard of the Chinese WoW private servers? Yeah, of course. Turtle WoW has one. I mean, there are all kinds of private WoW servers. All over the place. Let's check the mailbox. I think I sent back the sticks. Or did I? I know I made some. Did I? It's on Mumra, isn't it? Alright. Loading another character. Let's hope I don't crash the game again. I'm eating French fries covered in cheese, by the way, in case you were curious. Let's be honest, private servers with more than 2 times leveling rates are totally lame. I mean, some people want that, but I don't personally want. I prefer slow and steady. Leveling my priest, Alosh, as slow and steady was actually one of the more gratifying experiences I've had with the game. There they are. All right, return those. And I think I need these too. And we may as well return these. There's probably enough room to return all this stuff, actually, now that I think about it. I just don't know which ones I actually need. Probably none of those. That should be good, I think. All right. We'll just leave that logged in and not touch it. All right. This will take a minute to get through. Or will it? Wow, that was fast. All right, we got that. Savory fishing lure 10. Okay, now the problem is the vine cutters, which I think... Did I store it here or did I send it back? I sent it somewhere. All right, what do I need for the vine cutters? Let's see. I need 2 of them. So it's 20 mithril bars, solid grinding stone, 4 thick, so 8 thick leather. Are these in my mailbox? Yes, they are. Shadewood. Shadewood. Okay. Have materials. Shadewood sticks 1. Do you post on Turtle forums asking because there's an essentially perfect topic on the matter? People should stop using the map, and I completely agree with the statement. Stop using the map? Poutine? No, it's not poutine. It's covered in like fake American cheese turned into liquid form. I don't know if you even want to see this, but it's probably quite disgusting on camera. It's kind of like poutine, though. Very good. It started as a hamburger place, but they added a couple things to their menu. One of them being really good fried chicken. Hmm. You found yourself playing with M Unbound on the map button and UI hidden through the add-on just for the experience and immersion? That's interesting. Oh, it tastes amazing, yes. It's got bacon in it, too. I don't imagine it's very good for me, but, you know. And that is the crunch on the fried chicken. I should probably put some hot sauce on it or something. Because the chicken is good, but it's... Missing a little flavor. Anvil? I do still live in Thailand, yeah. I've been looking at jobs abroad, but the problem with moving anywhere is that I need a director level position to have an income high enough to be able to afford to move my family. And that's a tough position to come by these days. Since most studios are doing layoffs as opposed to hiring in the first place. Hopefully I find something this year. Something high-end. Something I'll enjoy doing. I kind of have 3 different paths I can go down. Either design management, where I'm overseeing other designers, less in a production capacity and more in a mental health capacity, I suppose. The other option is creative director kind of stuff, or narrative director, or design director, and sort of leading a studio in good design methodologies and things like that, or narrative methodologies. And then the third option is just stay contractual and remote and write for different games. So we'll see what happens. Cholula. I have that. That's actually a good idea. I will do the Cholula. It's been a while. It's just sitting in my side fridge here, though. It's been a while. Yeah. Though my understanding is the hot sauce doesn't really go bad anyways. I mean, it can over years, but this is less than a few months old. Yeah. Good call. Very good call. Oops. All right. Zenrai needs to get back to Hemet Nesting Where to turn this quest in so I can continue my survival journey. Let me think about... Wait, what? What? What's this quest? Why do I have a quest turn in? What's going on? Hey, buddy. Rigorous training builds stamina? You've traveled far and wide to get to me. You have my deepest gratitude. Oh. What? Shit. What are you... Who was the spear from the... No, I gave him the spear. Wow. Alright. I completely forgot I had that quest. Yeah. Alright. Pump. Okay. Well, we got that turn in. That's great. No, I don't have to think about it. That's from Moon Whisper. I just remembered. Oh yeah, I bound in fricking Mulgore. Yeah. I forgot. Good job, Dave. Let me think here. Do I have any more wormholes? Yes. Good. Can't believe I forgot. Alright, that should get me back to... Let's rebind here. Since we don't need to go back to, Well, we don't need to go back to, Mulgore anytime soon.
Speak, friend. Farewell.
And now we're going to take the Gromgal Zeppelin transport. And then we'll run over to Hemet Nessingwary. And turn this in, and then we'll be 250 plus, right? Or 225? No. Wait. No, it'll let us get to 300. So this is the last step of survival training. You're burning through your stuff for no reason. You could have had your meal while traveling via the Zeppelin. Wasted opportunity. Well, I'm still going to eat once the Zeppelin gets here. Or while I'm waiting for the Zeppelin. Here we are. Yarr. Damn it. Later, Funky. Thanks for stopping in. For the mukbang. Hot sauce makes everything better. Except chocolate. I have tried chocolate with chilies. Can't say I'm a fan. All my food on Zen is too expensive. Actually, wait. I just got those, why will my backpack not come up? Oh, shit. Alright, I don't know what's going on with the B key, but you can eat one of these. Damn. They really do have the best fried chicken here. Ow! Son of a bitch. Or whatever. Dinner in real life and virtual space? Yes. If I were playing in VR in first person mode, they make you eat real food in order to eat in the game. The cheese is great, but it's a mess. I put a paper towel over my mouse so I don't get goo on it. Which has different connotations depending on the context. It's not greasy at all. The napkin on top of it is a little bit greasy, but I'm trying to be very careful about that. It's just when you're in a rush, sometimes you miss. But no, it's well covered. We have returned. You.
Talk to me.
Oh, wait. Before I give this to him, I want to equip one of these just to get the T-Mog. Because the T-Mog is pretty cool, I think. Ah! That's just one of the axes. That's a pretty cool one, though. I'll take it. Boom! Alright. Now we've got the last leg. I'm going to finish this before we do it so that I have some amount of focus. Really want to get all this bacon into the last couple bites, though. It'd be a shame not to eat that. You used to have a really broken start attack macro on TWoW and lost it? Maybe? I'll copy paste my macros after I wash my hands. I don't want to touch my keyboard too much. I mean, my left hand is clean, but, you know, my right is not so much. Crap, all the bacon is in the last bite. Mmm. What a great last bite, though. Delish. Alright. Let me recap this Cholula carefully. And I do have dessert. So I'm going to eat that before I go. If I can open it. Oh, crap. They stapled it shut. Why would you do that? Don't do that. I can't even open it. With the Cleveroid macro add-on, you can just find almost any macro you need in Turtle Discord. That's true. The people in the Discord are very, very helpful. If you need any help at all for TWoW, I highly recommend asking in the appropriate channel, especially class-based stuff. Like asking in the Rogue channel will get you a lot of good information. Their egg cart, not so great. Good, but not great. All right. Oof. Okay. What were we gonna do here? I suppose we start with this. Or wait. Maybe this. I kind of want to hold on to the sour mountain berries, though. I don't know what to do here. Oh, zesty clam meat. Right. Right. Oh. We'll try to be nice about the mailbox. There. I think it won't despawn that one if I'm far enough away. It did. Well, feel like a bit of a dick, but that's fine. All right, didn't get quite enough of the zesty, but it's fine. Oh, whoa. You gotta put on the intelligence gear, I forgot. Where is it? Taught. Hot Dragonhide. And Juju Guile. Got a min-max, or an intellect. There's a pet pack for 77 euro? What? What are you talking about? What, in retail? Oh my god, please don't. Please don't give them any money. You tried Miss, you just couldn't do it, I assume? Yeah. I can't do it either. By the time I played Mists of Pandaria, they'd completely lost the plot. I was playing a class I didn't understand anymore. Monks were weird. Finding a whole new guild for content I could care less about stinks. Yeah, it does. You shouldn't waste your time. Let's be real. All right, let's get to 235 and then see what he has on offer. We're leveling stuff. Turned yellow.
You got my attention.
Train me! Repaired Electro Lantern. Adds 3 lightning damage to your melee attacks. Allows 5% of mana regeneration to continue while casting. Allows 5% of health regeneration to work while in combat. That's a druid item if I ever saw one. Sunshade Hat. Increases damage and healing. I don't care. Thick Rations Bag. 18 slot meat bag. That's nice and all, but not very useful. Alright. Carrying on. Oh, it's thick. Oh, cured thick. Oh, forget it. Tree hatchet. Interesting. Or elemental fire. You gotta be kidding me. That is a good hat for it's kind of stepping on the toes of tailoring, isn't it? It's level 47. Maybe it's not so great. Does have fire resist? I don't know. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, it's nice. I would wear that for like a Nessingwary themed Indiana Jones kind of getup. I'll have to make that at some point then. Nah. That I have. This doesn't look like anything. Gardening gloves. Meh. Water trudgers. Oh, water walking, right. I definitely want to make these. And I think I have all the materials for it. And then this. Broken Electro Lantern finally has a purpose. Who knew that that day would come? Amazing. Alright, nothing else to make. Let's try to get to 240 and see if there's something new that pops up. Doom the Dark Ages for 27 euros sounds nice though? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good game. Or at least I've heard it is. I don't know. I'm not big on shooters with I don't know. I don't think I've enjoyed a first-person shooter since the original Marathon 2.
What's on your mind?
Aromatic berries. Increases mount speed? Holy shit. Spiced berries increases run speed by 60% for 6 seconds. Okay. Okay. Increased bows +3. Okay. Clearly this is the hunter's dream here. Advanced camouflage. Reduces the range at which enemies will attack you for 1 minute. I was just talking about this yesterday. Only effective against enemies up to level 60. Still. That's amazing. I'm so making that. All right, what is it? 245. Okay, let's see. Sour mountainberry. Oh, hot spices. Sweet mountainberry. Here we go. I know what I'm going to do right now. We're going to log over to Helnish, and Helnish is going to send over all the sweet mountain berries I could ever imagine. Marathon Durandal? Marathon 2 Durandal, yep. Marathon 1 and 2 are great games. I would say they're partially responsible for my interest in getting into the game industry in the first place. In fact, going over to my friend's house to play Marathon 2 networked, because you had to bring your computer to their house and network them together. And by the way, this is when we had CRT monitors, so not an easy thing to do. But those are great. Marathon Infinity was sick. Yeah, it was. And their editor was great too. I made a couple levels with it, but they're obviously long gone, so. I don't think the levels were very good though. Those were my first attempts at levels, but that was like my early foray into attempting level design. And they had the physics editor for door 4. It's too bad I can't log in both my characters at the same time. All right. We need the berries. Where are the berries? Give me them sweet mountain berries that I've been hoarding for no real reason, to be honest. I guess to make the savage salad, the healing salad. And we'll send a little more zesty clam meat. Why not? How far away do I need to be to not F up the mailbox? I guess is the question. Maybe here? You can't do that while shapeshifted. Alright, we'll send all the sweet mountain berries I can ever hold. And the zesty clam meat, why not? Hopefully I still have inventory space. Did I miss any? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's just one of the banks of one of my alts. You should see the rest. It's a mess. Real mess. Real mess. Kind of tempted to go herbing, but no. Everyone's so distracted with survival that they're ignoring the herbs now. I should go find golden sand somewhere and just sit there and harvest that for an entire day, given the pricing of it. Not to sell either, just to stockpile. Remember to tune in to the Everlook Broadcasting Tower, NX78, for your favorite broadcasts, rumors, and music. I can't play the radio myself, simply because it would absolutely wreck my... well, I'd get demonetized and get potential copyrights. Alright, I want to see... Nope, it's gone already. But if I do it too close, they'll spawn theirs and then I won't be able to spawn mine. I'm gonna run out of space, aren't I? Son of a Gunderson. Alright, let's... Maybe we can store some stuff? Yay. I think we can delete the lush cabbage head, though. Maybe it's used in something, though. I don't know. Let me make sure I'm all clear. Yeah. All right. So we need to get to a town, actually, now that I think about it. Because we need spices. But I don't want to leave here either.
I buy and trade.
You know what the solution is to go to another character, purchase them there, and then send them. All right. So, Epus, you're rich. Order at the keyboard run. I'm not denying it, and I am for the horde. So, what do you want from me? For the horde in my backpack. Does Undercity even have vendors for this? Oh yeah, they do in the middle. Did you read the Warcraft manga, the Sunwell trilogy? I vaguely remember it. I don't know that I actually read it or if I'm just imagining some other manga that was Warcraft related. Probably not, because I think that came out after I left, and at that point, I probably was not very interested in anything dealing with Warcraft for a long time. Took a long time to get over that shit, I must say. Let me see. I need hot spices and soothing spices. I'm assuming that the Undercity cooking vendor here will have these. And indeed they do. All right, how many do I need? Why can I not remember what key is this is on? 3, 4, 3, 5. No, don't do that. All right, we're gonna make a lot of these. So lots of soothing spices. It's 1 sweet mountain berry per, and then we have 100 herbs. So we could theoretically do 100. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. We got more than that. Nice. Nice. Oh, these are sour. So no, not those. But these, yes, very much. And these I should sell or do something with. All right, so how many soothing spices would I need for that? It's 2 per. So if I wanted to do 100, I would need 200 soothing spices? Oh my god. Maybe we just start with 50. Nah. All right, that's enough. I'm very curious to see how this impacts Zenrai's mount speed in particular, because I've already got quite a bit of mount speed from everything else I've got. So this could be quite fast. Quite fast. So 40, 80. You guess the sunk cost fallacy comes into play? What? Can the devs on TWoW transfer my character from Tel Aviv to the more populated servers? There's no transfers, I'm sorry. You lose nothing by starting over. In fact, you have everything to gain by being on the RP server and experiencing that community, which is quite, I would think, different from the Telebeam community. Might even be less tightly knit. It's hard to say for sure. All right, and we need to go. Is my mailbox still up? No. Just don't want to mess up other people's mailbox stuff. 60% run speed is actually also really good. No, they haven't come through yet. Shit. I'm just worried someone drops a mailbox over there and it wipes mine away. Come on. Here, let's put some stuff on the auction house. That will help with my bag space issues. Is it plump or the hardy ones? I think it was the plump ones. Yeah, judging by the pricing here. Holy crap. What the hell, people? Mm-hmm. These prices are pure madness. Pure madness. All right, we'll put it about... Oh, I see. We'll put it there. Do people want these? Probably not as much. Yeah, not nearly as much. I didn't think so. I think I'll send them to another character. So. And then it's juicy watermelon that is overpriced, right? Yeah, for sure. All right, let's start making these. I'm curious how much they stack. I'm hoping they stack to 100, but I'm not that hopeful. They might even stack to 10, and then I'll just be sad. Are you combat at the moment? Raid spec? I'm in a hybrid farming spec, which is got a lot of safety and also the high speed stealth. Please stack to 20. No, they stacked to 10. All right, we don't want to have too many in our inventory then. But on the other hand, actually it should be fine because it's going to take up it's 3 slots to make a stack of 20 anyways. So we're actually gaining. We are riding these aromatic berries all the way. Let me show you my current spec. This is just for farming, so it's not very exciting. It just doesn't have any lethality and doesn't go into Taste for Blood because the fights are so short since I'm farming. The only thing I'm going to get off is an Eviscerate, which I could potentially put points into that instead. But I found that most things die after a couple hits from the Thunderfall anyways. So instead it's focused on deflection, riposte, and just consistent damage. So if I do fight high-end elites, I take a lot less damage. And Serrated Blades is really good for that purpose. Because 300 of your target's armor. It used to be based on level, but 300 sounds good. Because you want camouflage anyways, or sneaking around to pickpocket stuff. So, yeah. All right. How many more? There goes my mailbox. All right, we'll make 10 more. Maybe it'll go gray. Let's see. I'm guessing it goes gray at 275, but maybe it goes to 280. If I get another point. Maybe. There it is. Nope, still green. All right, we'll ride it all the way then. What are we gonna do with the... We gotta send some of this stuff away. Alright, we'll send the shrooms to Kinra and to keep us. Hold on to that. Send these back to Helnish for now, since obviously I'm not using them at the moment. And they're not giving me any skill ups anyways, so it doesn't matter. And we'll pick up the last 2 packs of Soothing Spices. Because this will actually 100% go gray at 280. There's no way it goes further. No way. Not a chance. Not a single hope in hell. So if you want to know my raid spec, it's nothing in subtlety. It's just combat all the way down here. If it's combat daggers, it's improved backstab, or combat maces, it's setup. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and improved sprint to get out of stuff. Ignore that. Dual wield spec. These are all the same. These are the same. This is the same. These are all the same. Combat or swords or whatever, it doesn't matter. These are all the same. Except if your swords, you want hack and slash instead of close quarters combat. Close quarters combat works for maces, daggers, and fists. So then you go over to assassination. It's 5 here, 3 here, 2 here, 1 in relentless strikes, 4 in lethality, 2 in taste for blood, and 3 in vile poisons. That's the current meta for combat. I want to do some testing on the 5-point lethality versus 2-point vile poisons, but it's pretty clear that 3 points in vile poisons on the vast majority of fights where you're using double dots is going to win. So, yeah. Oh. Now we get to try this speed increase. So this is me with... Oh, wait, that's swimming. Riding. Right. Hold on. Let's make sure we got it correct. All right. So that's riding. And this provides a 5% bonus. So let me see. 1... Okay. Let's try... What do? We eat it? Oh, it's instant. Instant, and then it's 15 minutes. Oh yeah, it's faster. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Oh baby. I was fast before, now no one can catch me. We definitely want to create that. Emergency parachute. Okay, that's freaking cool. Premium fishing lure. Increases fishing by 125. Now better than Aqua Dynamic Fish Attractor. Stabilizing healing salve. 46. Smooth iron feather arrows. Heavy duty machete. Huh. Trade. Thorium edged machete. Thorium spear. Bundle of starwood. So now we're on the final wood that we need. Skinning plus 10 on a sharpening knife. Okay. Druid's still weeping. But Mastercraft fishing rod plus 35. Okay, we're definitely making that. And stone scale fishing trap, as I suspected. Miner's rucksack, don't care. What's left? Skinner's carryall. Cooling rations bag. Major healing salve. That's the one. So we do need to get to 300 to get that, because we're definitely going to want to use it. Heals the user for 600 over 12 seconds. That's not a lot of healing, but it's about half a major healing potion. But it is additional healing, and it's on a separate cooldown. I am speed. I have become speed, yes. Yes, indeed. All right, let me see. So what do we make? Okay, so it's Starwood. Starwood is going to be the thing we need. Oh. These look like they go in your inventory, so you don't need to try and equip something to use it. I like that. Ungrow soil. Tropical leaves. Aha. Now here's a question. Is this a trinket? Is this something you use in your inventory and you have to make multiple? I'm curious. Give me these. We'll make one and see what it is. Use. Is this a one-time use is the question. Yep, it's gone. Yep. And it's 60 seconds. All right. Not nearly as useful as I was thinking, but interesting. Okay, it did not help me there at all. Whatever. Still interesting. Very interesting. I like it. I don't know if I'll ever use it, but there might be a situation where I might use it. I'm curious how it stacks, but I'm not going to invest too much time figuring that out. Also, it uses Ungoro soil, so that's something to think about. Does it look like more like blacksmithing stuff? Why is it in survival? Because you're making makeshift stuff. You're like strapping leaves to a rock and calling it an axe. That's why. To me, they look like hunters things. I think it's a good companion to hunter stuff. So, I mean, I guess I could make another one. Not right now. Dense sharpening stone 4. Yikes. I'm pretty sure I have that look, but it says not collected, so they must have done something to it. Maybe they put some shine on it or something. 8 enchanted thorium. Oh my god. You have to take a normal skinning knife to put it in there. Binds when picked up. So it's BOP, so I would make it to equip and then get rid of it. Unless having skinning plus 10 would somehow allow me to skin stuff. I don't think it would. Alright, we do need to make this. 100% we are making this. So, essence of water, thorium tube, thorium bar. Alright, let me take a screenshot of this. And I can go collect the materials off different characters. All right, rugged leather is on Mumra, so we'll start there. Oh, actually, essence of water is on Keepus, and I'm already logged into Keepus, so let's get Keepus's 4 essence of water. Wait, are those? Is it a BOP or is it a BOE? BOP. Okay, so we're only making this once. Good to know. Essence of water. Springy rope? That's sold. That's sold, isn't it? It is. And was it 8 thorium? I'll send over a stack of 20. So 4 essence of water, thorium. I don't have rugged leather here. Oh, wait, I do have rugged leather here. I have 1 rugged leather here. And thorium tube. I don't know what's involved in that. There was something that wanted rune cloth I saw. So I'll send some of that too, just in case. Let me clear out Keepus's inventory a little bit since I'm here. Okay. And then Mumra. I'm kind of sad that the Barkskin Fisher is getting replaced, but it is an additional 5, so I guess I need it. Right? Number go up, must improve. All right, do I even have rugged leather here? I must have it somewhere. I know I put it on this character. There it is. Today we're going to survive with this handcrafted thorium sickle, which will allow us to cut crops in almost industrial amounts. We'll just need a few kilos of melted thorium, some enchanted. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. This is very economical, I swear. All right, I don't want to send all this stuff back yet. but I do need to send it back at some point. Maybe I will. All right, return, 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 return. Hopefully I don't fill up Zenrai's mailbox again. That's definitely something I'm worried about now. Oh, I see. All right, so we got the rugged leather, thorium bar, rugged leather, essence of water, thorium tube is something I may or may not. I have one thorium tube. All right, whatever. We'll send it. And then what do I need to make the rest of the thorium tubes? Let's see. Thorium tube. Just 6 thorium bars. Oh, do I need a lot more thorium then? 6, 12, 18 thorium. No, not you. Unless it's 2, I'm going to be missing some. So I need 6 more thorium bars. Which I have on Keepus, actually. Yes, go back to Keepus. And we'll need to attach something less impactful to the handle so it doesn't give us too much of a vibration. Let's see here. Oh, this piece of Arcanite will do just that. Let's slap it on. Indeed! But you don't want any chafing, so you need some enchanted leather to go on top. We'll be stripping it down for straps. And then we'll coat the whole thing in enchanted thorium. Why not? Speaking of which, I'm just going to send extra thorium to Zenrai anyways. Okay. Should I have put the spores here? Oh, it doesn't matter. Back to Zenrai. All right. What we need now is a mailbox. So we're just getting away from over there where we might get another mailbox dumped on top of us. There's the thorium tube. There's the essence of water, 20 bars of thorium, 4 rugged leather. We're gonna drop this. Get our bank. And make the other thorium tubes. But we need our arc light spanner before we can do that. All right. Arc light spanner go in. Aromatic berries out. We are totally out of space. Holy shit. All right, we're gonna leave this food to someone else for now. I think I'll send it to Halnish, who is our collector for foods. And also we're gonna send the aromatic berries, though it does require high survival, so never mind, I'm not gonna do that. Refreshing water, that can just get the fuck out of here. All right, we're good. And now we can make 3 thorium tubes. All right. That's not survival at this point. What the fuck, turtle? Come on. All of the recipes and stuff in WoW escalate in this exact same fashion, so we can't be that critical. All right, let's make... What? Oh, springy rope. Son of a bitch. Oh, that should be sold on the vendor over here, so. Okay. Sturdy rope. Rugged string. Wait. What? How do I make... Uh-oh. Where's springy rope from? Who has springy rope?
For something specific.
Interested on a bite?
If not you, then who? Shit.
Walk with you.
Alright. It's not here, it seems.
Talk to me.
That's annoying.
Let's get her back.
Where do I get springy rope?
I'm going to assume that if I port to Orgrimmar right now, that we'll find it on the survivalist vendor there. Have they ever even opened a book on survival methods? I don't know. You'd have to ask the designer who did this. Don't I think it's pretty bogus? No, no, I don't. It's definitely a WoW thing. Listen, survival is about living off of the materials you find on the world you live on. And on the world we live on, in Azeroth, thorium and enchanted shit, it's everywhere. This is a high fantasy survival, not regular real world survival. If you want realistic, play Stalker, you know? I think it's perfectly fine for a high fantasy setting. Ooh, there's a coin. Gimme. Antonitus's silver coin. Grant me the strength to accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Very wise, Antonitus, very wise. Not bad for a dead man. Alright, supplies. If you don't have springy rope, I'm gonna lose my shit. There it is. Ah. Goodbye, Barkskin Fisher. You will be missed. Sells for 5 gold. God, I kind of want to hoard it. This is why we need player housing in Turtle WoW, so that I could hang the Barkskin Fisher up on the wall next to the picture of the Furbolg genocide. I'm sure they'd appreciate that. I'm so hesitant to sell it on the off chance that maybe they buff it in retrospect. No. Goodbye. Let's move all my horse feed over here. Alright. What next? I think we're gonna end up having to go farm. So... Stone scale, yeah, because of the bundles of starwood sticks. Which are green. Sounds like that coin didn't help the old man. I'm sad, hobo forever, true freedom, what? Alright, we're gonna go farm... Oh, these are made with iron feather? Oh, and thorium? I mean, we could level it that way. I'd rather just go get the starwood sticks, because we're gonna make all of... as many of these as I can possibly... Premium fishing lure is made from zesty clam meat and molasses firewater. Okay, so I'm glad I didn't use all the zesty clam meat on the savory fishing lure, because unlike with the previous traps, fishing traps, this one got skipped, which seems like an oversight to me, but okay, I'll deal since I have no choice. Let's move this treasure compass somewhere else. Simple wood. What are we gonna do with all this? We'll store these somewhere. Mumra maybe can hold on to those. And the simple wood. Sweet mountain berries can go back to Halnish. I think. Wait, premium is, yeah, it's dusty clam meat. All right, so fair enough. I'll have to go back to Halnish anyways. Halnish can hold on to the rest of these sweet mountain berries. Probably these sour ones too. Actually, I should sell the sour ones. No, but I still don't have a raid food. I mean, I guess I have the Denonzo's Telebeam Medley. Just pause for a second and think about it, Dave. You are not free from attachment. You are bound to things you own and they command how you are to live. You are settling, literally, for things. No, you're right. That's capitalism. Ugh, what can you do? The things you own eventually own you. But I already did the whole thing where I left all my worldly possessions and moved to China and had nothing but a suitcase worth of stuff for over a year. Now I have a family I gotta think about. So. Things are a little different now. Things that enslave you as a living organism, making you docile and almost imprisoned in your own small things and desires, one of the reasons why you are never happy, only somewhat content. Well, I wouldn't say that that's true. I am certainly happy, but it has nothing to do with the things I own. All the problems in my life has been with other people trying to own me. I'd say that's been the issue. What is it? Sartre says what? Suffering is other people. That seems to be the case. Alright, where am I gonna go farm? It's gotta be Blasted Lands. So we'll go Gromgulch, Swamp of Sorrows to Blasted Lands, and then we'll probably kill some scorpions and stuff while we farm trees there. Finally achieving the dream of having two things to do in that zone at the same time. Let's see what else I can get out of my inventory, though. Ugh. Let's see here. Just sell that. Honestly, could probably sell that too. Nope, that's full. Juju might. Okay. Ooh, we desperately need to go farming for Juju Flurry. 40 is barely enough for one raid. What the hell? What the frick? Get the hell out of here. What the hell's going on? Alright, I guess we'll hold on to that one. Lufa, wow. Just got so much errant stray crap in here. I don't know what to do anymore. Is he gonna disappear? Nexus shoulder pads. When struck in combat, has a 1% chance to inflict 30 to 50 shadow damage to the attacker. I periodically recollect things that deal damage when I get hit, and then I remember that it's such a stupid idea for a rogue who's based on dodging things for defensive stats. By the never-ending void and the light everlasting, just how many neurons did you waste on all those items to sit in your memory bank? What are you talking about? Fluctuating cloak of fire resistance. Apparently fire resistance might be important again, so I'll hold on to that. Besides, that's what a memory is called. Those are not wasted neurons. Those are happy memories. Achievements, goals. Fun things like Bouquet of Red Roses, which dropped off of the second to last guy in Stratholme Lightside. But only around Valentine's Day. No, my bank is gone. All my shit's been deleted. What? The other Zeppelin is arriving at the same time. I could go to Undercity from here. That would be stupid, though, because there's an Undercity Zeppelin at the other location anyways. Hello?
Strength and honor.
Swamp of Sorrows. Stay a while and listen. I remember my time in the Swamp of Sorrow. You definitely need that soft reset challenge. Sell or vendor everything you have and start with vendor gear. Oh, hell no, not on Zenrai. Not a chance. Not a chance in holy hell would that ever happen. Zenrai's my main character. It's all about the T-Mogs and all the cool stuff she's collected over the years. Literally years of collecting. And once again, I say, almost everything in here has some sort of purpose. Increasing stealth level. Swim gear. Slayer's Crest, very important trinket swap item. One day I'll make an ambush build that doesn't suck, but I haven't figured out how yet. Blood Moon, Sickle of the Murderous Flight for getting health back. Shawl of the Castellan for my tank set. Now we have the Mastercraft Fishing Rod, which also we need to put on our bar here. So let me grab that. Which we just lovingly crafted in the survival skills that we have earned. This is swim gear, you go over here. This is plus fishing gear, very, very important for fishing. Same with this. Let's see. Gloves of Enforcement is a potential swap later on when I get the Ephemeral Pendant. Hands of the Surge Breaker, same situation. We have arrows just in case I switch to the Time Frozen Bow and need to pull. Cache of the Maori, need to have that. This is for an additional fishing item, so we'll move that up here. Improved ambush and lower the cooldown on banish. That's it, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. But these, since it gives 5% to the opener, I'm still trying to determine if that's better than Trickster's Leggings in terms of like this ignores 40 armor. And has crit. And has more agility. I don't know, it's a tough one. 5% in theory would do more for the ambush, especially if it crits. Turtle still cannot craft that faint new talent for it to reset the combat state in PvE. Yeah, well that's the thing. It should be a percentage of the threat, so that if you use it, it actually has some impact. Right now, with what does it do? 200? I think I have the new feint from the one that drops from the book. Oh, shoot. What is it? Where are you? Is it combat? There it is. Rank 5 feint. I checked and it was like 200 threat, which is not even half of one backstab. So I don't know what the hell. And it's on a 10-second cooldown too. Plus it's using a global cooldown to do that. So it's just all kinds of like useless. Is Midnight any good? I have no idea. I would never play that shit. Ugh. Let's send this to Keepus. And I don't know what to do with this. We'll send this to Kinra, who at some point will need it. And then these I think we'll just sell. I feel like this is used for something though. I'm hesitant to sell it. But I could sell both of these and not feel any pain. As well as this lush cabbage head, which doesn't seem to be involved in any recipes. If you love solo content and mindless grinding for more money paid, yeah. You're really selling people on Midnight, aren't you? Do you like endless grinding? Do you like paying money to level faster because there's no one around to play with? I mean, that's effectively the truth of the matter. All right, so let's see here. All right, we've cleared enough space. Let's go get some trees. I don't feel like playing that slop even if it was free. Fair enough. Me neither. Oh wait, we're not using our berries. There. I mean, I made them. Gotta use them. They have houses now, which you'll be pretty much forced to pay IRL money to decorate. Yeah, or to endlessly grind dungeons and stuff for like 200 hours to get even 1/10 of the materials you would get if you just paid $80 or whatever it is. Remember when games used to be complete and come with all the stuff in them, and you could earn all the unlocks by playing? Did that not give me anything? Was that tree empty? What the fuck? Alright. I feel like someone might be griefing with the trees. 526 hours? Updated info? Oh, my bad. Sorry. What? See, someone's griefing the fucking trees. I knew it. They're taking only the wood and they're leaving everything else like a dickhead. Jesus, could you have any more crap on you? No! Alright, that's what we want. And there's a tree. Let's see if it's griefed. What? Yeah, they're just taking the wood and they're leaving everything else. What the frick? Who would be such a dick? Okay, there's one way up there, but I don't know if I want to go all the way up there for it. I remember when games had cheat codes, but nowadays we don't even own the game itself. No, you have a license to the game. Ooh. Ooh. I'm annoyed. I'm very annoyed. Do deadwood trees not have wood, or is someone absolutely griefing the shit out of this area? That's what it feels like. Shit's being griefed. That's what it feels like. Okay, something's wrong. What is it? It's Starwood I need. Dead wood is not wood. Dead wood is dead. Okay, so there's almost no point to collecting these trees? Or is there some point to it and it's just mostly decorative? Because it's yellow, so that means I should be collecting it, right? And it has nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, I'm confused. I think my dream of collecting trees while I'm farming here those days are done now. And now we're gonna go... We're going back to Moonwhisper Coast. I think that's what makes the most sense to do now. Because that's where Starwood is, for sure. So as much as I'd like to collect a bunch of Scorpok stuff, I don't necessarily want to do it right now. All right, let me think. What's the fastest way there? Moonwhisper Coast. Moonwhisper Coast. Moonwhisper Coast. That's Scarlet Enclave. Moonwhisper Coast is here. I'm on the wrong continent. Is it gonna be portable wormhole generator? Because we still got 10 minutes on our hearth, so yes. Only thing wrong with vanilla is I've played it 999 times already. Wish there was new content to explore. You mean like in Turtle WoW? What? They've got the right idea, but they can't compete against people who develop the game full time. I beg to differ. Not only have they competed with them, they've surpassed them, at least in terms of what I want from a Classic Plus. But that's just my opinion. Everyone is free to disagree. And I don't really care. I'm just going to enjoy my Turtle WoW until I can't. Until I'm dead. Alright, send that to Kinra. Epis can have these. Nope, that goes to Mumra, actually. This goes to Halnish. These go to Kinra. That goes to a vendor. This I don't know what to do with, so I'm going to send it to Mumra along with Favorite Fishing Lures. Send those away. Quantitatively they can compete, but qualitatively they can, but they're tied to their day jobs, etc. I think they've more than proven that the quality, especially in this last patch, is way up there. When they first started, perhaps you could make that argument, but they've... Well, let's just go to Moonwhisper Coast and I'll show you. I think Moonhoof Village? No. Yeah, let's go to Moonhoof Village. Have you played the latest then? Or have you not played this patch? Because if you haven't, you're missing out. The quality is better than retail, but quantitatively it's not enough. It's getting there over time. I don't know what more you would want in terms of like their schedule. Yeah, sure, it'd be nice if they had a consistent schedule of stuff coming out, but as soon as you start scheduling stuff like that, then they stop focusing on the quality and they start focusing on the quantity. You don't want that. That's exactly what fucked Blizzard in the first place, was Kotick demanded a certain number of expansions per X amount of time in order to make all the money in the world so he could buy a second yacht to take to Epstein Island. You don't actually want that because then they are not focused on the quality and you get garbage because they have to hit a schedule. So you choose, you know? It's a what is the? It's a triangle. Quality, quantity, time. Pick two. Pick two. I want quality and quantity, and it's gonna take a lot of time. Oh, what the hell was that? That was a fucked up. Oh shit! I'm hitting a tree. Oh god. Oh god, what's happened? All right, they need to maybe look at that spline. People want quality. They'll complain about not about quantity. Because they want more, but as soon as your quality drops, then they don't want any more. So it's a catch-22. You can rush to get a bunch of product out there, but then you'll go through exactly what Blizzard went through, where they had expansion after expansion after expansion. The quality went boop, 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 resulting in the Shadowlands diarrhea that we all experienced. Except for me, because I didn't play it. Why do we have to pick? Just run multiple instances of quality teams? Yeah, sure. Just hire amazing developers, because there's so many of those who love Warcraft. You see the problem, I think. I hope you see the problem. All right, I'm going to get some water. You enjoy the beauty and majesty as we fly over the zone. Hopefully I have a good angle. Ah. Thoughts on Blizzard Legacy games? Warcraft, Orcs and Humans, Lost Vikings, Blackthorn. They were good games for their time. I don't know. It would have been nice if they'd done Warcraft 4, but oh well. You'll have to make a lot of shorts, you know that? What? I don't have to do that. Do I have to do that? Is that something I have to do? If you help me with it, I'll do it. Turtle's been around for a long time. Their progress is way slower than what OG Blizzard did in a few years with Diablo, StarCraft, and Warcraft. But those were 3 different teams. So that's not a fair comparison. And World of Warcraft took them 5 years. And actually 6 or 7 if you include the Nomad failure, if you want to call it that. Original Blizzard games are not bad. No need to be restricted to snail's pace. I don't think you have a good grasp of how game development works. As you said, they're just developers who have day jobs. I bet you can't even do a dev thing while having a day job. Common sense. It is difficult. I will say that. It's not impossible, but it is difficult. And most of the indie games that have success stories involve a single developer literally slaving away for multiple years on one thing, not having a day job, and their family or someone taking care of them. So think about that. One moment, I like to read these. Speak to Lotka. What? Three elemental shrines. Yeah, I'm familiar. Hold the bundle of beads high and let it do its work. Okay. Great. Sandals. Vinny, thank you for the gifted membership. Guardian Soulkeeper, be sure to give Vinny a thanks when you get the chance. All right, let me catch up on chat. It's hard when you're not focused in. Yes, it is difficult. The pace is fine. It's the expectations of fractions of people that are out of any sensible bounds. It's true. And it's easy to complain. It is very easy to complain. With the advancements in computational power, devs can be way more efficient. No. You still have to organize your own thoughts and like get it out onto paper or some sort of documentation and figure things out. That is not made more efficient no matter, like even if we're using AI for that shit, which is not a good idea, it doesn't make that any easier. It doesn't make that process any easier. It would be nice if they did Warcraft 4. No, it wouldn't, if you catch my drift. Yeah, no, I mean, it would be nice to have a Warcraft 4 from the team that, or a team like the one that made Warcraft 3, but we're never, that's impossible now. Well, at least it's impossible for them. But out of those 5 years, they wrote everything from scratch. Nowadays, they can just build on top of Classic WoW. They did not write everything from scratch for World of Warcraft. In fact, they built on the Warcraft 3 engine initially, so Mo O'Brien's legacy is still in there. Oh, 2 gifted members. Thank you, Vinny. NKVD Gaming, be sure to thank Vinny when you get the chance. In those 5 years, it was their job. Unlike Turtle WoW devs have day jobs. Remember, this is just a passion project. It's true. It's true. It is a passion project, and they are very passionate, I must say. I have tried my hardest to convince them to do their own IP. I have offered to write them their own IP to facilitate that in any way that I can. It is such a hard sell. Because they just want to work on Warcraft. That's just how it is. What is this? Oh, this is Earth and Circle lore. Okay. So patron of the day and patron of the night. Interesting. If they didn't have to slave their day job, they would unlock faster progress and quality too. Potentially. There's also what would I call it? Game development fatigue, which I sort of experienced between Warcraft 3 and the Frozen Throne. That is ROC and the Frozen Throne expansion. Basically, you're like, oh, I'm kind of sick of Warcraft. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do something else. Like, I think StarCraft 2 came too late. All right, Starwood Tree. There we go. That's what we're looking for. And we're going to kill any bears we come across here, because we cannot abide a bear living. Wait. Oh, I'm still on quests. I need to actually pay attention now. Oh boy. And if this is not the case, then they wouldn't be asking for money. Well, servers cost money, but they're just accepting donations. I've never seen any dev, hobby, or corporate put a limit on how much money they're willing to receive. I mean, beyond a certain point, yeah. But you also have to, you don't know how long something will last, so you have to save for a rainy day. But I'll say that they're probably a leaner operation than most. Money makes everything better. Well, if we could eliminate money, it might make everything better too. I want the Star Trek future I was promised. A cashless society where everyone can just sort of do their thing and appreciate the arts and contribute in their own way. Whatever happened to that? Corporate capitalism propaganda. Indeed. Indeed. Slaves and Daxius and the wretched sprites in the barrow den under the grove of the moon. Oh, I keep forgetting to do this. Where is Moonhoof Retreat? It's that way. All right. Stay on the lookout for trees, but otherwise we'll be questing. So while we are questing, we'll be murdering any bears we find. Oh, female satyrs are here. Oh, shit. I wanted to show off their model again, because I'm amused by it. I'm amused that Turtle WoW did female satyrs before Blizz. Oh no, she's knocked out. What do you think? I think it's pretty cool. All right. Wow, I took a lot of damage there. I do need to be careful. It's not a pushover area like I was in before. What the heck? Are you familiar with the Rat's Heaven experiment? I am. If we had unlimited resources, everything would be better. We have enough resources for everyone. We live in a society of abundance at this point. The rat experiment makes the claim that if we have everything, then society degrades as people have nothing to do, and so they stop caring about everything, including even breeding. But there's some flaws in that experiment. that got revealed later on that there was some manipulation. I would have to go look it up again to make sure before I speak on it, though. But overall, I think the problem with the rat experiment in general is simply that humans can find purpose of their own. Rats' purpose is survival. So if you take away the need for survival, they don't have what we have, which is the ability to create things. You know what I mean? We have abundance of greedy individuals. We have an overabundance of greedy individuals. Yes, we do. In the olden days, the guillotines would be up already. Right? Animal biology does not translate to human biology. No, it does not. We don't live in a society of abundance when we have to grind brain-rotting day jobs. Well, we would live in a society of abundance if we could stop people from hoarding everything. And that's been the problem. In America, for example, we literally have groceries being destroyed on a daily basis to increase the value of the groceries that they have inside and that they keep. That's disgusting. Like, that's food that people could be eating. But instead of feeding the homeless or feeding children who are starving in the US, which is like there's children starving in the US now at a greater rate than you might imagine. Instead of doing that, they just throw it away to make sure the value of the food they do sell stays the same or goes up, because they're seeking ever increasing profits. That is where the problem lies. Is there really a tree on the back side of this? Oh, it's down there.
Why, hello there, young one. I am Elder Starstrider. I am the one who looks after our most sacred rituals and ceremonies, and have been entrusted to our traditions. Already many have begun to migrate here in anticipation for the celebration of the Blue Child's return. It is said that the return of the Blue Child is to herald a new chapter in our tribe's vaunted history. Whatever the Blue Child's return may mean, it is a special occasion, one that warrants celebration and ritual to honor our ancestors.
All right.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Okay. I'm not going to read everything. Headdress is made from the feathers of local creatures. Okay. 6 Azure Shimmer. Okay. These are the hippogriffs and the Planestriders. Got it. Kill hippogriffs and Planestriders. Let's go get the tree, which is here. Says the hoarded. I'm a what? The average American works more hours on average than people during the French Revolution did when they executed their king and queens with the guillotine. I know. Elon Musk owns more than half of America's resources. I know. He owns more than the other half combined. If the Turtle devs had more money, then they could hire voice actors to voice every single dialogue in the game. Well, that would be quite a bit of money, but honestly, they already have voice actors who, including myself, who voiced various characters for fun. You know what I mean? So it's not beyond their ability to do it. It would just take a very, very long time. Plus, they would have to get Michael Dorn, Worf, to do more Torrent voices, which might take some. That might take a lot of money, actually. All right, wait. What am I doing here? There was some quest that talked about the elements, but I didn't read it, did I? All right, let's glance through real quick. It was this one, wasn't it? Flush frozen peppercorn vials from. Nope, that's not it. Nope. 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 Maybe. This. Use the bundle of beads. Okay. I did read it, but I forgot. Okay, where's the bundle of beads? Dear bundle of beads. Where are you? Oh shit. My hoarding ways. Okay, there you are. Jesus H. Let's put this on my bar down here so I don't mess this up again. Oh, that's it? All right, moving on. You would want an option to make them all shut up at some point? Yeah, there's a AI add-on that does all the voicing if you want it. I don't want to use it, but it does exist. Do you know the situation on Ashes of Creation? I am well aware of the Ashes of Creation situation now, yeah. There's been a number of videos on it, so I couldn't help but notice what was going on. But, yeah, it seems that it was a scam from the very get-go. And unfortunately, a lot of people fell for it, as they often do, for whatever reason when it comes to MMORPGs. People just, like, lose their minds, and they're like, oh, I want an MMORPG! I miss MMORPGs! I miss WoW, blah, blah, blah. And Ashes of Creation is going to have everything you want and more. And people fall for that shit every time. I don't know why. Alright, they left me alone. Get this tree. It's dead because no one's going to pick up the Ashes because the company has a better reputation now. Well, the developers didn't do anything wrong necessarily. The guy who hired them and who put the whole thing together was a obvious narcissist liar. So it's just bizarre to me that people keep falling for it, to be honest with you. I just don't get it. How do people keep falling for the scams? Of course, I fell for what it seems in retrospect is a scam as well, so who am I to talk? I'm just as gullible at the end of the day. You saw me? You gotta be kidding. Really? Really? Okay, fine. I'm gonna have to put poisons on if this is how it's gonna be. Huh. Starcaller. Do I need to kill him? Why am I bleeding? What's going on? Or did he just hit me at the end there? Alright. Let's buff up a little then. We'll go double deadly since he seems to be for real. I don't have all my pots. He has 44k HP. He is level 58 though, so I'm trying to sort of assess how dangerous he is. All right. It's very overhyped. What, AOC? It's already dead, so it can't get any deader than it is. People fall for it because they're desperate for the same high that original WoW delivered 20 years ago. Yeah, kind of. Pretty much true. Where did this arcane essence come from? Is that what they dropped? That's kind of crazy. This might be worth farming then. Let's do a test on this guy. I might have to dig through my mailbox for some of my raid consumes. Eh. I basically took no damage there. He, on the other hand, looks with 44k. Still, he's level 58. I should be fine, but this is a little questionable. Let's see if he's stunnable. If he's stunnable, I think I'll be perfectly fine. Oh yeah, I'll be fine. Oh, he's a breath weapon. Frost. I think we'll still be okay. Ooh. Right, I don't have any of my shit. We do have this. Ouch. Nah. We're all good. Blue Dragon Essence. The fuck is that? Okay, I thought he was gonna drop a Star Shard, but apparently not. I'm not sure where the Star Shard is supposed to come from then. So I thought it would be around here. Maybe we kill a couple more of these and see if they drop something. Video games have been downhill for the past 20 years. It's not going to change overnight. Give it a generation, by then you'll be dead. Okay, well, that sounds grim. When WoW came out, you were too poor to afford it, so you would share your accounts with your friends. Many years later, when you had money, you bought Diablo 3. It was the only time you bought a game in your life, and the last time, well, yeah, I'm sorry that Diablo 3 was the one that you... Oh, man, that sucks. God, you would have been better off buying Diablo 2, let's be real. I had also a very shitty experience with Diablo 3, so I totally commiserate. And I always joked that... well, no, that wouldn't have been true. The problem I had with Diablo 3 was simply that it wasn't offline. That would have solved all the problems that I had with it. Because playing a game for a single player experience and it being laggy is just unacceptable to me. This Juju chill is paying off in dividends. Don't forget to check the pockets. They don't have pockets. Here, I'll show you. No pockets. Shit. Look. She has a pouch because she can have babies. So she should have pockets. This is some bullshit. Glowing Dranatha's shard. That's great and all, but not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the thing, the Starfall thing, but I'm not sure what drops it, or if it's even in this area. I would think it would, because it's called the Shrine of Star something here. What's it called? Star Shard Cradle. So you would think this would be the place to be for the Star Shard. Maybe it's upwards somewhere and I'm just not realizing it. Let me read the quest again. Fuck. No. Where is it? There. Star Shard. Retrieve 1 Star Shard from the Star Shard collectors. Oh, these guys. Huh. It's like 1 in a pack of 3. That's interesting. And he does arcane explosions? Yikes. See, if you just read the quest text, you'd understand, Dave. There, we got it. Get the hell out of here. What do you think of Darkhaven, the Diablo spinoff by Blizzard devs? I don't know. I don't know what to think. It's interesting. They're going for terrain deformation as sort of the thing that they're doing. It's interesting, I guess. I don't know. Well, there'll be a shell in Moonhoof Village. All right. It's interesting. I don't know that it's necessarily for me. Oh my god, another quest. Gordush Jaw Taker in Blue Defiance. Oh damn. All right. No. What? All right. We got 2 stupid Winter Spring quests that we forgot to dump. I guess we're going back in. Damn. I was like, oh, good. We completed this area and we don't have to deal with the Star Shard bullshit anymore. Oh, go back in. All right, fine. Wait. But really, we're here for trees. Also, we need to kill that. So, plenty of quests to complete here. What do you think? Okay, I'm glad they have a good idea, but the terrain deformation won't make up for the lack of what Diablo 2 had that made it good. Yeah, I think after Torchlight, I think the weakness that I recognized in their team is on the narrative side. They struggle with narrative, and I don't know. That's something I'd be willing to help them with, but I don't think they even know who I am. So again, Blizzard North was a totally separate company, basically, from where I worked. These guys have pockets. And are immune to poison. Great. I don't know why I killed them. They don't seem to be related to anything I'm doing. Oof. Oh, shit. I brought ice upstairs and then didn't put anything in it. Do you think the Turtle team will be adding more new subzones in general? Well, they certainly want to. They wanted to create the whole troll. It's on the schedule somewhere. It's somewhere on the roadmap. The whole troll empire, Zulamon Empire. Basically, troll home city. We'll see if they get around to it. It's gonna take some time. What happened to the Blizzard North team? Where are they now? Oh, I told this story yesterday, but I'll say it again. For the most part, they've been scattered to the winds. But basically, they were... this was pre-Activision as well, so think about that. When Activision owned them... when Vivendi owned them, Vivendi being the French company, Blizzard North basically wanted to have more control over their... what they're working on. For some reason, they felt they didn't have that control. I don't know the whole story. You probably have to ask Bill Roper at this point, or maybe David Brevik, or someone else who worked there. But so what they did was they threatened to hand in their resignations if they didn't get more control. And Vivendi accepted their resignations. So the entire head of Blizzard North was effectively cut off at that point. All of the original founders and Bill Roper left at that point. So then it was dead, effectively. So what Mike Morhaime did was he said, okay, we're shutting down Blizzard North. You can all move to Southern California and reapply for your jobs. and maybe you'll get it. Maybe you'll get your job. Which is a total dick move, and I don't know. That seems out of character for Morheim, from what I know of him now. But I think perhaps back then he was still, let's say, learning what it meant to be a leader. He founded the studio, but that doesn't automatically make you good at leading a studio. So yeah. So that was the end of Blizzard North, effectively. Oh, he's back. But he's not for a quest. Oh, you know what? The quest probably comes later. Do I have some crap food I could eat? Here we go. Now it's useful. We'll throw this down here, I guess. Do I have any mooncake? Oh, you know what? It's in the... Yeah, I'll get it later. Why can't they just get back together? Well, maybe they didn't like each other so much. I don't know. But Torchlight was sort of some of them coming together again. Hellgate London was another one. And none of those worked out. I mean, Torchlight was a good game by most accounts. It just wasn't what people wanted from the team that made Diablo. I mean, that's sort of the problem, is that once you set the expectation, like if I were to, like, let's say my visual novel game, let's say that I advertise, like, from the former creator of World of Warcraft, can you imagine the expectation that would set on a stupid visual novel game? I don't even talk about it most of the time because I'm afraid. I am literally afraid to release it. I almost want to create a pseudonym, and release it under a different name at this point. Just so that people can't look at the background of the person making the game and, like, figure something out. How can they mess it up? They had the blueprint for success. Because, like, the thing people don't understand about why Blizzard was so good is that it wasn't just the individual people, the individual game developers working on the game. It was the entire system that Blizzard had built. You gotta be kidding me. It was the entire system Blizzard had built around people who were passionate about games. You could not work at Blizzard unless you really cared about games back then. Now that's not the case anymore. They cultivated a culture of people who like playing games, who love playing games, who want to work on games because of that love for games. And that is all the way up to the end of the Vivendi period that's true. Once they got sold to Activision, that stopped being the case entirely. Because the company culture started getting just absolutely shredded. And people stopped believing in that passion, and they stopped hiring for that passion, and they now had a layer of Activision people inserting themselves who were not passionate about games and were mostly passionate about money, because that's the Activision culture. So that sort of poisoned the well. So it's almost impossible to recreate that in the exact same fashion that it existed back then. Am I gonna get two? No. Alright. Alright. I'll take it. Meritocracy in action, let's go. Something like that. Have you ever noticed, or has anybody pointed out, that you and David Brevik actually look alike? Glasses, haircut, and all. The only real major difference being that he has a beard. Yeah, and I sometimes grow out a beard, so... I assure you I am not David Brevik. What would it take for people passionate about games to organize? Money. I think that was sort of the point of Morheim's umbrella company, was to protect game developers in that fashion. It's not working out. So far, none of their games have reached a level of success that would justify their current costs. That's why they had to lay off people. But listen to this. Where did he lay off people? He didn't lay off developers. He laid off marketing. So Morheim's still making correct decisions in that regard. So there's still some hope that Secret Door and Dreamhaven find a path to success. Or at least I'm still hopeful that they do, because if they can't succeed, who the fuck can? I know most of the people working there, and they're quite good and passionate. So they're just making some what I would say silly mistakes in terms of like what they're focused on in their games. That's just my opinion, though. How does TurtleWow do it? They have money. They have some money, but they're also low cost because a lot of these people are volunteers. And the people who are getting paid are generally lower priced because they're Eastern European or Russian. So they have a lower cost per person for the things that they are paying for, and they have more passion-driven people than Blizzard can have at this point, because Blizzard doesn't hire for passion. Blizzard doesn't hire for people who love games. They don't. That's not part of their operation anymore. As is the case with most game studios these days, or at least the big ones. They're not hiring people because of their passion for games. They're hiring people because they have a proven track record of game development. Why doesn't Elon throw them a couple $1 million? Because Elon doesn't give a shit about anyone. He seems to like Diablo bad enough to pretend like his life depends on it, that he's a top player. That wasn't Diablo. That was Path of Exile 2. Oh, did he claim to be really good at Diablo as well? He's just a liar. We know he's a liar. There's no point in... He's not going to do the right thing in any situation unless it personally benefits him. Oh, great. Why are fishermen attacking me? I wasn't bothering you. Elon is stupid? Yeah, pretty much. I'm still shadow banned on Twitter. People can't like my posts. If I post on there, no one will ever see it. All because I disagreed with him. Classic. Elon has straight priorities. Blizzard is not his business. Simple as that. Yeah. If something was going on that he felt like he could insert himself into it, he absolutely would. Absolutely would. All right, where are we going? Arrow Den under the Grove of the Moon. The Grove. The Grove of the Moon. Grove of the Moon. Ah. Okay. For the amount he paid to get Twitter, he could have gotten Blizzard. True. That is true. I mean, shit, he could pay 1 trillion for every game development studio out there and still have trillions left over. Yeah. Yeah, he could probably buy every... Wait, is he a trillionaire yet? I don't actually know. Or is just a multi-billionaire? 100 billionaire. That should be... That's deserving of a guillotine right there. Even if you're not banned, they won't see it because it's all AI slop now. Bots talking back and forth and such. It's a ghost town. Yeah, but on top of that, I'm also shadow banned, and if you like my post, it will remove it. Literally removes retweets of my posts. It's quite fascinating. You have to really dig to even see anything I do at this point on Twitter. So I stopped bothering. It's just not worth it. I could create a whole new account and stuff, but I bet they do things like track your IP and all that shit, and I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to be signing into a VPN just to post on Twitter every time. It doesn't make any sense. There's no audience there for me anyways. Make an AI bot and make it learn everything about Elon Musk based on his posts on X and whatever he reposted or agreed with to gauge how to spur him to donate money to Turtle. That would be kind of impressive. Make some AGIs to do that. Grokbot does that already. Oh, there you go. Sick Grokbot on Elon. Let's see what happens. Where are we at here? 41. Hey, fuck off. Let's move these over here. Here's one. Seriously? Okay, he gave up. We need to find the Moonstriders. Not sure if they're around in the same area, though. Grok is smarter than Elon. Sometimes I wonder if it's not even Elon posting, but Grok tuned to seem dumb. Who knows at this point? I really don't understand. I really don't understand how these morons keep getting into positions of power. And then you're like, wow, everyone just experienced what a moron they are. Surely they couldn't get any more power. And then they do. Every time. And it's just infuriating to watch. Infuriating. Your carrot buff is gone? Oh no. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you for reminding me. I don't think Elon listens to Grok. If he did, he wouldn't be so dumb. I mean, I have seen Grok completely contradict Elon Musk on multiple occasions, and then he's like, oh yeah, it's been destroyed by the woke mind virus, I'm fixing it. And then, like, it'll give the most heinous, right-wing, disgusting answers. And it's like, okay. What? What have you done? And why do you feel this way? And also, stop. I don't need these. That is not it. That is it. Okay. So we need one more Moonstrider and 2 more Azure Shimmer. Dumber people are more desperate and act more evil to get ahead. Yeah, and under capitalism, I suppose they get rewarded for that every time. Because intelligent people assume there must be something to their claims, or they wouldn't be making such claims, because who would be so stupid as to claim they know things that they couldn't possibly know? And yet it happens all the time. So we end up with a world run by basically narcissist psychopaths who just make outrageous claims and no one fucking fact checks them on it. It is infuriating. What a system we've created here. or I suppose capitalism has created here. Though I suppose any form of authoritarian government would end up this way. Oh, we're done. What else? So Moonhoof Village, Moonhoof Retreat, Moon Whisper Coast, Ancestral Grounds. Ancestral Grounds. What? Oh, okay. All right, let's go back north then. Where are we? We're so close to Moonhoof. We may as well go to the retreat, I suppose. No, this one's in Moonhoof Village. Shoot. We need both! Alright, we're already here, basically. Oh. Is it up there? It is. Elder Star Strider. Jump off to get a meal. Enjoy your meal, AF. Don't you want to eat while watching, though? Because, you know, mukbang? No. Fair enough. I wish the mobs in WoW were smarter instead of just standing around waiting to get backstabbed. I do wish that there was more, like, things that they were doing. That was one of the things that I was trying to do when I was a quest designer there, but we just didn't have the time. Rod of Preservation. The Fallen One raided our camp? Okay. Local Fallen One Drenai. Okay. Not those. I think they're on the way to the other guy, so we'll just head this way and see what we run into. At least have them walk around and pretend to be busy. Yeah, sometimes they do that. Here we go. Oh shit. All right, whatever. I wanted to pick their pockets, but oh well. Immune to stun. Oh, I forgot about that. Sheesh. Idle animations and such. Gothic RPG series has those. It actually does a lot for immersion. Every NPC has a schedule. Yes. That was what I wanted. Because we had a day-night cycle, so it only made sense that there should be day and night cycle stuff going on in the cities and in the villages and even out in the world. There should be different spawns at night versus the day. Ironically, we did that in Engines of Fury, but we didn't do it in WoW. Let's put some poison on and get a bag slot back. We'll just put it on the main hand. We don't really need it in the offhand. So. If Dwarf Fortress can figure out how to send 100 dwarfs all over the place on a Pentium 4, then I'm sure today's servers can instruct the NPCs to move around carrying resources. No, but you have to, like, design it out in some fashion. And that means that for every NPC you place, a quest designer or some sort of designer has to go in and, like, think about the narrative of the area and where would this guy go and what's he doing throughout the day. Like, it's not it wouldn't be systemic because these guys are placed by hand, so you have to also make their routes and their paths and their other stuff. Otherwise, you end up with like basically Cyberpunk 2077, where these people appear out of nowhere and then disappear, but they're all moving around doing something. That only really works in a single player game. Here, you know, someone would see them at some point, and so they can't just disappear. And you wouldn't want that anyways. These are mobs you need to be able to kill, so if they had a routine, you'd have to plot it out. It's a lot of work. I'm not saying it's not worth it, I'm just saying it is a lot of work. It's your life sounds like you've had a lot of excellent ideas and then people you worked for just ignored them. Yeah. Yeah, kinda. That's kinda how it's been going. Did he seriously just net me? You piece of shit. Oh, he is smoking me. What the hell? There's no sound from that damage, so it was kind of wrecking me. I had no idea. Alright. I need a food to be chewing on. What do we got? What do we got? There it is. Graku's mincemeat. Open world raids. Merchant caravans travel between towns and players can raid the caravans for golden items. That was one of the ideas that we had proposed, as well as the idea of the forts and players being able to capture forts to bring it to their side and having special resources and stuff. But that was more when Dark Age of Camelot was being considered as an inspiration. Oh, fuck. No! Yeah. Those guys, I think, might be doing a little too much damage. They nearly smoked me. Guild Wars 2 had open world raids, though. They were basically giant glorified quest events, though. Huh. That who I have to kill? It would be listed as an elite quest then, so I don't think that's it. It just says Rod of Preservation. Fallen One Drenai is what I'm looking for. Fallen One Vindicator, Fallen One Vindicator. Is it any Fallen One, or is it specifically Fallen One Drenai? I guess we'll just kill random ones until we figure it out. Resist. These guys are ridiculous, I must say. Those are excellent ideas. Why didn't they do it? Time. It took them 20 years to have player housing. Maybe 20 years in the future there'll be such world events, or maybe 40. Maybe. I mean, at this point, it's literally until players get tired of the game, they don't care. But as soon as they see their numbers going down, then they're like, oh shit, we gotta do something. And then they start looking at, what can we do to fix this? How can we get players interested again? And in the case of this latest expansion, it was player housing that people were like, for fuck's sake. Am I wearing my swim gear? Okay, that's why I'm struggling so hard. That explains it. Alright. I would love to get this stupid corrupt rod or whatever the hell it is. Could possibly do something similar to Azeroth Core's player bots implementation to revamp NPCs. To act more alive but restrict them to zones phases, leveraging an LLM as seems to be the common to go. Yeah, well, I don't approve of any usage. I don't know. If it's a hobbyist project, I guess it doesn't matter. Immune, immune, immune. We're gonna stun this guy so he doesn't net me and run away. Tired of getting netted by them. It reminds me of the scene in The Simpsons, add more balls. What? I haven't watched The Simpsons in so many years that I'm afraid I don't know that reference. What was that? Ah, stalker. Smoke bomb stun? What? These guys look like they have a rod on them. I'm gonna go for him. Nope. Am I killing the wrong thing? I don't know. Starting to feel like it. Alright, whatever. Let's take a break from them. I'm gonna go turn in that quest further north. And maybe I'll run into different ones. Or something. We'd all love to see good things done with with the WoW game. But the thing is, like, I'd rather see them. I mean, it's too late now, but I would love to see them make WoW Classic its own thing, and then instead of continuing to build and build and build on the same freaking game for another 20, 30 years, just make WoW 2 and like do something wildly different, or at least something new, so you can teach the gameplay over again, because that's the thing. Like, they don't seem to understand their own gameplay for WoW, and they don't teach it to new players, so it's like so difficult to learn the game for new players, which is why they have to do stupid things like one button rotations and sort of devalue their own game and make it feel weak from a game design perspective. Wouldn't that be nice? Just start over, clean slate. World of Warcraft 2. The problem is they're too scared. They're scared of losing all the players who feel like they invested all that time in World of Warcraft and now it's gone. But that doesn't have to be the case because they can just have that frozen in time and like give it periodic updates to clean things up and maybe flesh out the world a bit more, but leave it be in terms of like no more expansions and all that bullshit. So all your stuff is still there, it's still safe, you can go back, play old World of Warcraft whenever you want, but World of Warcraft 2 is this new thing, so you're starting clean. They won't do it, that's the problem. They're too afraid. Change is hard. They have 3 Diablo games getting regular updates in parallel. Why not do that with Warcraft as well? Agreed. Yeah. I don't know why they don't do that. It makes perfect sense to me. World of Warcraft should have been retired a long time ago, in my opinion. Pre-Cataclysm. Cataclysm would have been the point to make World of Warcraft 2. Jaws of Starcaller and Spellstriker in the Ancestral Grounds and Moonwhisper Coast. That's the dragon I killed earlier. I knew I would get a quest to kill that guy. Fuck. Knew it. What's his name? Starcaller. Wait, is that the name? He said Spellstriker. Hold on. Jawtaker. Jaws. Okay, Starcaller is one of them. Who's Spellstriker then? One guards the crystal, the other looms over Venegosa's Rest. Venegosa's Rest. Alright, hold on. I actually probably do need to buff up. You know what? Let's go raw and see what happens. We're getting smoked. That's what's happening. What the fuck? I'm in my riding gear, son of a bitch. Alright, we should probably vanish and start over. But I'm too stubborn. I'm making this much closer than it needs to be. Alright, whatever. Oh right, I can stun him. I'm an idiot. I have not been doing a good job this fight. I think I've overpowered him with just my ridiculous weaponry and armor. Alright, fair enough. Done. Now we gotta find the other one. Why did WoW only have like 4 battleground maps all these years? Well, that's a good question. I don't have an answer. I don't know. Haven't they made more? Aren't there like no, I guess not. Well, I think instead of focusing on the battlegrounds, they started doing the what you calls it's the different gameplay things. Like the one where you can play Plants vs. Zombies, and now you can play prop something. Whatever they're calling it, I don't know. Warsong Gulch, Arathi Basin, you can't even name the others. Yeah. Well, I can look them up. Organi. Holy crap, I can't click on it. What the shit? Alright, I can never PvP again, even if I want to. Apparently. There it is. Warsong Gulch, Arathi Basin, Alterrock Valley, and... Oh wait, Thorn Gorge is the... Yeah, Thorn Gorge is Turtle Wow one. So... Blizzard didn't make that. Did they? Matriarch Ohanzi. Ah. I have a quest for you. Oh, she just likes pie. I killed her and I got her heart. Damn, double up. Alright. Jade Walker. Wait, don't I have to kill these two? Summon skeleton. These necromancers. What? What is this? Necromancer Tauren? Oh, she dotted me. Yikes. I'm gonna kill 10 more bone rattlers. Oh dear lord. Alright, we have to get rid of some of this stuff. Let's see. That I can sell, that I can sell. Sell. Do you like the turtle PvP zone, Thorn? I haven't even been there yet, so I have no idea. I don't really do PvP in general, because I have about 200 millisecond ping, so it generally isn't a very good time for me. I do want to do PvP, but it's just very frustrating, so whenever I start doing it, I get frustrated and then I stop. So I don't have the stick with it attitude that I probably need in order to enjoy it. Alright. That's some amount of breed space. Maybe I'll offhand poison as well. There's a tree. Oh, I kicked that. She summoned it anyways. Guess she does not care. Interesting. Let's drink swiftness. I just want to move a little faster if I'm going to be doing stuff. On foot. Is there an open world dungeon in this map? Open world dungeon. I don't know what that means. Probably not. There is a dungeon instance and a raid instance, or there's a raid instance, and it hasn't opened yet. I think it opens in a couple days. That's the Ursel something. Wow, that's annoying. Like Durnhold Keep or Pyrewood Village? I don't know. I don't know what would qualify at this point. There's that Starcaller area over there. That's kind of like that, but not really. Is Pyrewood really considered an open world dungeon? Oh, right, you can't kick that. Never mind. It's like an instance, but open world. Again, it's a distinction without a difference. If it's open world and like it's maze-like, that could qualify. I don't know. It's up to you to decide if what we're seeing anywhere here ends up qualifying as that, I suppose. I don't necessarily consider Pyrewood to be an open world dungeon itself, given that it's really just a village. And if you're Alliance, it's not even hostile to you unless you go at night. I just can't stop kicking that, and I know it's useless. Oh, for frick's sake. Yeah? You just ate. I'm live. Camera's on. What? You want tea? But they didn't even have the tea last time.
Maybe you.
I doubt it.
Why do they have tea in a cup but not tea in a bottle? It's so weird.
Do you... Why are you asking me? I don't work there. What would I know about it?
You should know.
What was the place after you?
Oh, wait. Okay.
Yeah. Earl Grey milk tea.
7.
2. Do you want Nutella toast again?
Yes.
Could you?
Yes.
Alright, 2 Earl Grey tea and a Nutella toast. Let's see what happens. Restaurant does not have Earl Grey. They have 1 left. Okay.
Why is it running?
I don't know. Order is processing, but I bet you they call me in about 10 minutes to tell me they don't have the other Earl Grey milk tea. I'm just saying. That's my guess. It seems to be very popular. You're not the only one who wants it, I guess. Okay. Okay. You're a goober, yeah, that's true. No. You. Ugh. Turtle massively expanded Durnhold Keep in Silverpine Forest, for example. It's like an instance but open world, a big place where you have a lot of quest chain. Well, I mean, that's what this is. Whoops. Keep hitting that accidentally. That's what Moon Whisper Coast is. So. Kinda? Maybe? Seriously, you need to stop trying to kick that. Oh no! Hello? Yes? Okay. No problem. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. Thank you. No problem. Alright. Okay. as predicted. Is there a zone boss? I wouldn't say there's a zone boss, but there's a couple of elites who could act as a zone boss, that's for sure. Oh wait. Yeah, there is a zone boss. I've already killed him though. Because I'm over leveled, but I just remembered in the top of the druid tower thing, the evil druid tower, there's like a guy way at the top who like throws down spells like AoE spells at you and shit. That guy's pretty hardcore. But I also just remembered where that other dragon is, so we're gonna go say hello and see what happens. Ooh. Ooh. They won't mind. Now we've got 335. Amazing. You ever party up or solo play? Yeah. I raid 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes I'll do dungeons. Sometimes Shokasan wants to do stuff, so I'll go do stuff with him. Otherwise, there's some people in my guild who needs to get stuff done, and we'll party up and go together. There's a lot of things we do. Let's see. No, maybe he's being camped. Am I being chased? No. Thought he was here. He was last time. Wait, there's Starwood trees here? Alright. Maybe he didn't notice me. I think he will if I move. Never mind. They don't care. Yeah, there was a dragon there. There's another one over here. Let me go see if he's alive or dead. There he is. A Vrongna ghost. He is Skull. That's a raid boss. I ain't touching that. At least not alone. I think this guy spawns here, but I don't know when. I'm gonna have to kill these 3 to get that tree. Alright. I have to. I wonder what the timer is on this guy. The fact that I can't see the body sort of indicates either he died a while ago or someone's skinning him or something. Oh, it's already open. Oh, later, Meowcats. Thanks for jumping in. Having a chat. Oh, there's Spellstriker. $44K, just like the other one. We should be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. And he's stunnable. Easy peasy. Oh! He spawns with friends. Hadn't considered that possibility. He's also doing arcane damage. The other one was doing frost, so I don't have a... I do have some... Well, I don't have them on me, unfortunately, so... I don't have any arcane resist. No real problem there. Take your stuff, Keepus. Tama on the Ruthless. Ah, that was the dead one. Powerless runestone. Miles for Keeper Nos. Maras Athil. I think that's... Nope. What? Ah, they're skinning. That's why. Must be getting blue drakes. Biznatcher? Coke no. I don't know what to say. Lucid Dream Protectors and Stalkers. Tide Blade Mistress at Nindus Point. That's further south. Clearly I killed one at some point and then gave up. Missing caravans on the road between Moonhoof Village and Moonhoof Retreat. Okay. Oh, you know what? Keep forgetting to use these. Starwood Tree. Don't mind if I do. not in line of sight. You son of a bitch. This is a conundrum because if I go for it, I knew it. Let's turn these quests in. At least one of them. What? There's a whole other quest giver in there I didn't see? Son of a bitch. Jaw of Starcaller. That's cool enough. You! Back to sleep. Slay 10 disturbed ancestors. I knew there was going to be some quest for that. Alright. There are screenshots of Warcraft 3 in which peons are pushing the catapults. I remember a screenshot like that even printed on the first box I owned. Why in the game don't peons push catapults? That was an early feature that got removed. There were some animation issues with the peons in relation to the catapult. So they would like go into hills or like go up in the air. And early on we decided we didn't want to have the peon to actually move the catapult around. So I mean that was never implemented, but that was the premise. And then if you could target the peon and kill it, then that didn't make much sense. So it was just a catapult anyways. And then, I don't know, they were just removed. And then we couldn't use orc catapult. And they became the other thing, which is what the... Not glaive thrower, that's the night elf one. The... What did we call them? Shit. Well, we couldn't call them orc catapults anymore because apparently that was like potentially infringing on the Wizards of the Coast? No, Warhammer license. Warhammer IP. It was potential infringement of the Warhammer IP, so we couldn't call them orc catapults for some reason. Or at least that was the concern. I don't know if that was a legitimate threat or not. But we changed the name to whatever it is. But yeah, a lot of the screenshots on the box come from really early on. I'm surprised they didn't update them. You'd be amazed how far in advance the physical materials have to be planned, though, so it's not really a surprise. Report Rainhorn's frustration to Elder Moonhoof and Moonhoof Village. All right, fair enough. I'm sure she's very frustrated. Let's see, where are the rest of these turn-ins? So, Moonhoof Village, Moonhoof Village, Moonhoof Village, Moonhoof Village. All right, we're going to Moonhoof Village. I guess we're going to Moonhoof Village. Don't got much of a choice. We could try to kill the... Let's see if he's there, actually. I think it's this guy on this island. Oh. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear dear dear. Oh. Give me the stuff. Come on. Jeez. All that for a tree. Is it true that Tauren were supposed to be minotaurs? Well, they're certainly inspired by them. I don't know about they were supposed to be minotaurs, because minotaurs wouldn't make sense in the mythological sense, in that they're from another universe named Earth, I guess. Elder Boo Robbie. What the heck? What do I need to kill? What is going on? Oh, he stunned me. God, I hate these guys. Tama on the Ruthless. Vile brood of the fallen ones that slaughtered many of his kin. Torn people in the fields to the northwest. End his terror and bring his necklace. Tama on the Ruthless. Tama on the Ruthless. Uh-huh. Oh, for fuck's sake. Designs of the big boxes must have been finalized before the game was finalized. Yeah. Far in advance. Far in advance. Yeah, like these guys, they're fishermen, so they could have like a fishing animation. But no. Alright. I don't know if this guy seems like he's important, but I don't have a quest for him. You are but struggling infants in the face of our God's truth. Wow. Oh, he has fear. But you're stunnable, so. Major writings of the Elder. The book documents of the Fallen's one journey from splitting off the Moragai to the present. Some pages offer interesting insights on incidents throughout time. How many pages? 8 pages? I'll get back to this. Alright, I don't think we're going to find what we're looking for, so let's veer off. Alright, that's the path from the retreat to Moonhoof Village, so maybe we can find and complete the quest that says to look for clues along that pathway. Oof. Well, I'm not going to pass up a starwood tree. All right, let's follow the road and see what we see, I guess. There's your wagon. Oh, these are the Fallen One Harbingers. I was on the wrong thing. Okay, well that explains it. No, wait. Harbinger's not correct. Never mind. You stunned me at 1 health? Okay, 51 health? Jesus. Is this one of the clues I'm looking for? Oh, okay. Apparently it is. Either that or I was just approaching it and then getting attacked. Not sure which. Fallen One Seer. Oh, it's a different group. Tomadar the Ruthless. There he is. You scraggly piece of crap. Stop healing. Got the necklace. All right. You suppose... Let's read the name of the Rod of Preservation. All in one Zenrai. I don't see anything named Fallen One Zenrai, so I can only assume these are actually the correct ones, but maybe it's just a small chance of dropping the Rod of Preservation. Third caravan investigated. What? Oh, because this is a wagon. Okay. Somehow we missed the second one in between the first and the third, though. Weird. Very weird. Can't chain heal yourself, that's ridiculous. Alright, let's keep looking for a second wagon. If this is the first, and that's the third, is this the second? Is that... oh, here we go. Okay, that didn't count. Okay, wait. Okay, it did count. I just had to rub myself over the area. Something. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what triggered that. Alright, let's go to Moonhoof. Morogai village. Oh, okay. I'm missing trees. Unacceptable. I really don't want to fight all these stupid birds. Yeah. Stay away. Shit. Oh, lots of starwood trees out here. That's for sure. And moon whisper berry bushes. I wish I knew what those were for. I think I got a recipe for some moon whisper something. Oh no. Back to Moonhoof Village. Where the peaceful Tauren reside. Let's see. Three different quest givers to complete turn-ins with. Collectors of Dranathus. Here's your Star Shard. This crystal is different. It's certainly not a Dranathus. The mystery carries on. Okay. Actual collector? What? Even this crystal is beyond my knowledge. Frustrating yet pure bliss. I've learned that I know absolutely nothing, which in truth is exactly why I keep doing what I am doing. Perhaps I make little sense, but for one such as I that finds researching items and knowledge that has been unheard of so far brings a certain joy. Just as you adventure out there, I adventure inside my mind, thinking of the impossible, seeing if it is truly that impossible. Listen to me blabber, acting like some eager child who's about to take his first pony ride. Enough sentiment. I want you to take this satchel and bring it to the Morogai village, which is located south of here. You will know. Yeah, I know one. Sure. I can do that. More than happy to, since I have to go there anyways for a turn-in. Ah, crap. I have to go all the way around. Heart full of shadows. Here's the heart. What? Gifting the matron? A heart still holds power you cannot imagine? Oh no. Return to Thunderbluff? Oh, grant my report to our esteemed leader, Magatha Grim Totem. Okay. Improves your chance to get a critical strike with spells. Oh, good. All the way to Thunderbluff. Fair enough. There's the Flight Master. A lot of people can't find it for some reason, but yeah. Looks like I was missing a quest. Somehow. Perhaps it's an escalation of another one. Lady Stargazer. The Elder refuses to allow me to venture into the Grove of the Moon, yet he sent you, or rather the Windhorn, to deal with it. I wonder what illusion he spoke of to you, how the druids there have gone mad due to the influence of Losho. Our elder's mind grows more wretched by the day. Many see it, many turn a blind eye.
It is not our right to contest his word. He is our chieftain, and until the younger decides enough is enough, we must stay true to tradition and obey. Yet you need not do that. The grove has indeed been corrupted, but not by Losho. That is merely the fantasy of an overzealous chieftain that has been tainted by demonic forces. A dryad I once called friend has fallen to corruption. Losho allowed me to see her one last time in my dreams. Please return to the grove and lay my friend Landis Stargazer to rest. Okay. Running through the grove.
Farewell.
I will try.
Greetings. Walk with the earth.
Wilted Moonflower.
Eternal sun shine upon thee.
Choose your reward. 16 spirit, 26 intellect. Well, it's a robe. I mean, sure.
Be careful.
What? Oh. Of course my inventory is full. Well, it is a 20 intellect trinket, which would go with my intellect set. Yeah, it's tough to say no to that. Here's what we'll do. Let's send away some of this junk. And we'll clear out this heavy junk box. And 26 intellect chest as well. Wait a minute. I could have a whole set. Oh my god. Hold on. Yeah, why not? We'll put it on right now. In fact, we'll use it. We'll literally use it now. Top dragon. Where is it? There they are. And we'll even use a Juju. Did I sell it? No, it's right here. All right. Let's make some sticks. Bundles of sticks. So premium. Oh, it's molasses firewater. Has nothing to do with it. All right. Good to know. Purple lotus. This requires them. Okay. So we're going to convert them all anyways. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks for subscribing. Boy, what a bummer.
Where were we? Ah, we're done. Great. And we even got 2 skill ups. Perfect. That's cleared out some of our inventory as well. Why did I send myself Silverleaf? It must have been something I was going to make in survival, but I changed my mind. Curious. Sturdy net, 5 rune cloth, 4 sturdy rope. I think these stack, and I think that they are used from inventory. So I really do want to make a stack of 20 of them. Zesty clam meat and molasses firewood. All right. What are we doing? We're gonna fly to Moragai. Okay, it said to investigate that, but then what? Oh, okay. So that's in Moonhoof Retreat. These 2 are Moragai Village. This one is Thunder Bluff and Mulgore. We'll go to Moragai. Now there's a cave. I think that's where the Lunar Claw were. So I don't need to worry about it. Oh, I just took that damage. Never mind. Thought I was being clever, but yeah, too close to the edge of the water. Let's see. How do I not have those already? I'm almost certain I do. And I feel like I already have these gloves, so I'm not so sure. We'll go with the boots then. See, I did have them. It lied to me. Son of a bitch. Nope. Raw Dranathist formation? No. Glowing Dranathist cluster? No. Actual collector of Dranathist. There we go. I will welcome him the next time he comes. It's the splinters of a meteor. Mystery solved. One moment while I get some dessert. Dear God. That was a piece of dry ice again. Oh. Did the Draenei say anything while I was gone? Oh boy. All right. Let me think here. What should we be just turning these in? You're still on almost a full work day of streaming? Oh wait, how many hours has it been? Am I gonna hit the 12-hour mark? Oh, what the hell? Apparently Keepus just got locked off. How was Keepus on so long? Let's see. I ain't going nowhere. I don't know what you mean. All right, what? I'm not going to Thunderbluff. No way. This is Moonhoof Retreat. Silence the Tideblade at Nendis Point. Nendis Point. That's south of here. No, it's north of east. I haven't done any of the farming for the Blackroot Brew that I need to do. We can do it another day. But you make a good point. Maybe I need a break. Maybe I should take a break. I don't know how long I've been streaming, actually. 7 hours. Jesus, okay. That's a little excessive, isn't it? Okay. I think you've convinced me to take a break. So I will camp out at the inn here. They sold for 17 gold. That's unbelievable. All right, whatever. Man, I should just farm all day. I could make hundreds of gold. All right, we'll call it here. And I'll enjoy my dessert in peace. How's that? Thanks for joining me. I'll see you guys later when hopefully I find a way to complete all the quests. Oh, there's Richard.
How are you?
Richard's from the Everlook broadcast radio play we did a while back. I can't remember if I voiced any of the characters. I don't think I did. Or if I did, I don't remember doing it. All right. I'll see you guys later. Ta-ta for now.